continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Klein, thank you. Still under oath. Chairperson, we managed to, is it resolve or clarify? Rather more clarify the issue about the payment. In fact, the settlement agreement gives you a breakdown of the amounts. So you have the main amount, which is what has been mentioned, the 6 point something. Then you have the other small amounts, which I think when Ms. Molefe testified, said the main amount excluded certain items relative to her. So those items are broken down with the specific amount. So she was paid more than the figure we have been referring to.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's...
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You confirm it's been clarified?
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Clarified.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Klein, so there is this correspondence leading up to the settlement, and we accept you were not part. You were not the person who signed the settlement agreement. Ms. Den Marokani also has shared emails with the Commission where you were sending the settlement agreement to him. Just speak to the microphone.
Sorry, yes, Chairperson.
Yeah. So we know that the agreement with him was signed by Mr. Sitembe Koza, I think.
Yes, Chairperson. If I remember correctly, I think Zitimba Khoza or Mr.
Or Dr.
Ngubane
Ngubane.
would have signed all of those. Yes.
Yeah. At this stage, you were the chairperson of P&G,
Correct, Chairperson.
People and Governance. Would this settlement agreement not have come back to the People and Governance before they go to the board?
Not necessarily, Chairperson. What would typically happen is you'd get all the information from your executive remuneration department, being Anton Minnar, and when it was then signed off, if the agreement was reached, it would then be signed off by the chairman, who was seen to be the head of the board, and that would have been acceptable. It didn't necessarily have to come back to People and Governance.
Yes. I want to read from the affidavit, your affidavit. It talks about the mandate given to the, you talk about yourself, Dr. Ngubane, and Mr. Romeo Khumalo, who were mandated to negotiate the settlements and the terms on which you were to negotiate. Do I have your affidavit here? And there is a further item in that mandate that the chairperson of the P&G, why don't I have it? Oh yes, here it is. That the chairperson of the P&G committee be authorized with the power to delegate further, to take all the necessary and all immediate steps to give effect to the above, including the signing of any agreements or other documentation necessary or related thereto. Now that's page, in your bundle, that's page 15, but it starts on page 14, paragraph 51. The red numbering this time around, Chairperson.
Sorry, are we talking about the red? Page 51 of my...
No, 14.
14.
No, it's paragraph 51.
Paragraph 51.
Page 14.
Okay, I've got on page 14,
Are you
I've
still
got paragraph...
on ESCOM Bundle 02?
ESCOM Bundle 02, Chairperson.
Oh, that's a letter from the minister. at page 51, red 51.
Not the page, paragraph 51, page 14.
Page 14. Okay,
P14,
Yes, we've
paragraph
got
51,
that.
yes.
okay.
So that's where you deal with what the board had authorized. The authorization provided for the acting chairman, Dr. Ngubane, myself, and Mr. Khumalo to enter into exit negotiations with each of the executive, Mr. Matuna, Molefe, Kuku, and Marokani. And then you detail what was the mandate to you. Then the next page, settlement agreements shall set out the terms. And then paragraph C says that the chairperson of the PNG committee be authorized with the power to delegate further to take all the necessary and all immediate steps to give effect to the above, including the signing of any agreements or other documentation necessary or related thereto. So that power was vested in you.
Yes, Chairperson.
How did you deal with it? Now that we see it was your fellow colleagues who signed this agreement.
Chairperson, all I can say to you is that this was what was given to me to be done, but as I've indicated earlier, there was just so much going on all around us that if you say to me now, was it wrong for Dr. Ngubane not to have signed it, or Zitembe Khoso, and it was for me to have delegated it to them, I'm going to have to say you are correct, because that did happen. It was for me to have delegated it, but I've said to you in front of the chairperson, what was happening all around us. Remember, at that stage also, we were quite new. I was still quite new as well. So a lot of what I felt happening, I now today know, is not what ought to have happened. But then,
Yes.
I would have thought that, because remember, we also have an executive remuneration team who would have guided, or a secretariat who would have guided. So all I can say to you is, I need to take accountability that that was not according to that mandate, which was mine.
So the settlement agreement may have been signed by persons who were unauthorized, as the authority was explicitly, in terms of your affidavit, vested in you.
Chairperson, I would go as far as saying to you, the point is valid, but I would argue that the people who signed it were senior people in ESCOM. Both Mr. Khosa as well as Dr. Ben, and I'm not trying to, I've said to you, I accept that because I was new, because there were other, what should have been almost catch nets to make sure that it came through the right delegated power. But the fact that it was Dr. Khosa, Dr. Ngubane, and Mr. Khosa who signed it, and not somebody outside, I had no reason at the time to go and object to it.
Do you know, and maybe Mr. Seleka was still going to come to this, do you know whether the board, either before the signing of the settlement agreement involving Ms. Molefe, or after, was alerted to the fact that her amount was higher than the amount specified in the authorization? In other words, was the full board ever told, we are going to give Ms. Molefe more than what you specified, we are going to go outside the mandate? Are you happy for us to do that? Or if they didn't do it before the signing, do you know whether after the settlement agreement had been signed with Ms. Molefe, the board was ever told, actually we exceeded our mandate in regard to Ms. Molefe, and maybe these are the reasons, and the board said, no, it's fine?
Chairperson, I would have to say I do not recollect that because
You don't recollect that?
Because if it did happen, I would have been a little bit more vigilant on the amount having been increased. I'm not aware. It may very well be that it can turn out that it was somewhere, but I don't remember that. It's not my recollection, sir.
Do you have any recollection whether, after the settlement agreements had been signed with these three executives, there was a time when these settlement agreements were circulated among all board members to say, here are the settlement agreements that we signed because you, the board, mandated us to go out and settle with them within certain parameters. Here is what we have done.
Chairperson, I do not remember that ever having been done. I remember feedback being given to the board to say settlement has been reached with individuals. But the actual distribution of the
terms,
I don't think that that ever did go to the board.
You see, it may be quite significant if the position is that, one, at least in regard to Ms. Molefe, the delegated authority of the board was exceeded in terms of the settlement, and the board was never told, even after, because that was a very material issue to bring to the attention of the board. One would have expected that if the board had said the maximum is 12 months, as it did say, and the delegation that was mandated to negotiate felt that there would be no settlement with Ms. Molefe if that maximum was not exceeded. One would have expected that the delegation would go back to the board and say, we are reporting back, we have reached settlement with the following two, Mr. Matona and Mr. Dan Morgana, but we have not reached a settlement with Ms. Molefe because she wants much more, and we don't have a mandate to give her more. You must decide whether we should allow this to be the end of the negotiations or whether you are giving us a mandate to go beyond the 12 months. That is what one would have expected, and you would accept that, isn't it?
I accept that, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, if for some reason maybe there was a good reason or some explanation why things were not done that way, one would have expected that at least after the settlement agreement with Ms. Molefe had been signed, and the person who signed it knew that they had exceeded their mandate, one would have expected that they would take the first opportunity to go back to the board and say, board, I exceeded my mandate, but these were the reasons. I ask you to ratify what I've done. And if that person didn't do that, it may well be that he intended or she intended to conceal this fact from the board. And the question would arise, why did that person exceed a clear mandate of the board authority, and why, having done so, he or she decided not to disclose this very material fact to the board? Is it possible that this person was so keen that Ms. Molefe should go that he or she decided to exceed the mandate of the board and conceal that fact from the board as long as Ms. Molefe left ESCOM? Those are the questions that would arise. You understand?
I do understand what you're asking, Chairperson.
Okay.
And may I add to Ms. Klein to that, Chair is not only exceeding the amount in terms of the mandate, but it's also going beyond the authority given into the person, because the authority was given to you as the chairperson of P&G, but we see that
Oh,
somebody
yes.
else
Yes.
signed this document.
Yes. And then, if your evidence is correct, that you didn't know the final amount that was agreed with Ms. Molefe, then it's very strange, because one asks oneself the question, why did another member of the delegation of the board authorize to negotiate with his executives, who knew that the person authorized by the board to sign settlement agreements was you? Why did he sign that settlement agreement instead of asking you to sign it because you were the person who had the authority? And why didn't he tell you about the amount? Of course, it does raise the question also from your side to say, when you knew that you were the person authorized by the board to sign settlement agreements, how did you allow somebody else to sign the settlement agreement in regard to Ms. Molefe? And if you did allow, how did it come about that you didn't want to see the settlement agreement after, when you know it was signed by somebody other than you as the authorized person? You understand that?
I hear you, Chairperson.
Yes,
But
yes.
Chairperson, there's one point that I also want to raise, and maybe Mr. Salika can help us with the dates. But it's in my affidavit. I did not remain the chairperson of P&G right through the process. In fact, on the 2nd of July's meeting, I was not the chairperson of P&G. Everything was moving all the time. So I want us to please just go and check that on that date, when 25 June,
Whether you are still
whether I was the
chairperson.
chairperson of P&G.
Okay, so
Can we
that might
please
have
just have a
to
look at
be
that?
checked,
Because
but if you can't get it now, it can
we
be
can always
checked later.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Please check for me.
No, we will do so,
Please, Nat.
Ms. Lane, because from your proposals, those proposals you presented to them,
Yes,
you are still designated as the acting chairperson of P&G.
correct.
Yes.
Correct. But like I said, in that time, 1 month you were P&G, the next month you were not. But I remember specifically on the meeting of the 2nd of July, I was not the chairperson of P&G any longer. It was Twaita Mabude. So,
By that time, the settlement, the last one was Ms. Molefe's.
which was on
The
the
other
20th.
ones had already been signed, done and
I-
dusted.
Yes, but I
agree.
think the point she is making is she is not sure whether on the 25th of June, when the settlement agreement with Ms. Molefe was signed, she was still the chairperson of P&G. What she says she's clear about is that on the 2nd of July, she was no longer chairperson of P&G. She wonders whether there is a chance that she might have ceased to be chairperson of P&G before the 25th. I'm sure from your side there is some checking that you can do.
Absolutely,
Yeah, so
Chairperson.
do your own checking as
I
well
will
with,
do
with
that.
ESCOM.
Yes.
Because if you were still chairperson, it has a certain significance.
I hear you,
If you
Chairperson.
were not, then it also takes a certain perspective, because it may be that, if you are no longer chairperson, then the issue doesn't arise as to how you allowed somebody else to sign, because you were not the
I
person
agree,
authorized
Chairperson.
anymore. Yeah.
Chairperson, just one
Yes,
last
they-
point. On the 14th of July, I know that I get reappointed as the chairperson of P&G. So when I was the last, so I'm just saying in reference to Ms. to Tulofela's, Molefe's signing of document, it may very well be that that was discussed with the chairperson if I was not the chairperson. But if
Yeah,
I was the
yeah.
chairperson, I've got to take full accountability because
Yes,
then I was squarely in the seat
Yeah.
and it was my accountability to
yeah,
sort out.
yeah. You're being moved from being chairperson of PNG. Is that something that would have been discussed at a board meeting? Because then it's a question of checking board minutes.
Chairperson, I know the one thing that I did see was on the 14th of July, if we can check that, I become the chairperson of PNG again.
Yes, yes.
When I was taken off, I haven't got that date because, you know, 1 month you were, and I actually allude to it in my affidavit, that things were moving all the time.
Okay.
So if we can just please check that.
Chair, we will do so.
Thank you.
I see from Ms. Klein's affidavit that she says, I'm not certain of the exact date of my appointment as chairperson of PNG, but believes it was on or about 15 March 2015. Later, in about June 2015, I was placed as chairperson of PNG committee by Chwaita Mabude, only to later be reinstated as chairperson. Here it said, about August,
Yeah.
but you are saying 14 July.
And on 14th, I was reinstated as chairperson of
Yes.
PNG. Is that what that says?
Yeah, that's what,
Okay,
it
sorry.
says that, but it just gives a different month. But you say, about
No, but when I was taken
August.
Yeah, I think what she's saying is
But it's fine.
in March, from what we are reading, in March she was made chairperson of PNG.
That's right.
Sometime in June, she believes she was taken off as chairperson of PNG, but on the 14th of July, she was reinstated as chairperson of PNG.
Yes.
So the question, what she doesn't know and what we
Yes.
don't know at this stage
Is the
is,
day.
with effect from when?
Yes.
In June,
Yes.
did she cease to be chairperson of PNG?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correction there. Because we see on the 11th of June, you're still writing to Ms. Molefe in that capacity.
Yes.
And in her affidavit, she gets replaced, not by Mr. Sitembe Koza or Dr. Ngubane, but by Ms. Chwaita Mabude,
Yes.
Yes.
who also still did not sign the settlement agreement.
Yeah.
Yes, but that might, your point might be addressing the question of whoever signed
Yes.
does not appear to have been authorized to sign. But she is addressing the point of,
I accept.
was she still chairperson of PNG
I accept.
on the 25th of June?
Of June, yes.
Yeah.
I accept you. Ms. Klein, then the version in regard to Mr. Koko, because we've dealt with Ms. Tsolofelo Molefe, and I've drawn the parallels between the two with Mr. Koko. Ms. Daniels, who was again present, talks about how the exchange or negotiations with Mr. Koko was different. And she says in her affidavit, unlike the previous two meetings, Mr. Koko was given time to express his sentiments on the issue of his suspension quite in length. He waxed lyrical. I don't understand. And shocked and surprised, permeated his speech, and the new legendary Eskom is in my veins was part of his rendition of his position at that moment. He also portrayed his relationship with the previous chairperson, Mr. Zola Tsotsi, as acrimonious, and he attributed this acrimonious relationship as the reason for him finding himself on suspension. Mr. Koza thanked him for his submission, and Ms. Klein started her conversation with an opening question of, could you truly trust this board again? Once again, Koko emphasized that he believed that the reason for his present situation was the acrimonious relationship he had with Mr. Tsotsi, which led to acrimony between him and the previous board. At this point, Ms. Klein then asked, could you come back and work with this board? Mr. Koko, now may I pause to say, I mean, that's a language different from what we hear, at least from Mrs. Tsholofelo Molefe. So far as I've read, Ms. Klein, is that a correct reflection of what you would have told Mr. Koko?
Chairperson, I'm having a hard time with the words here. I have got no recollection
Oh, okay.
of asking Mr. Koko, would he come back?
What I think you do recall, because you said it earlier, is that you did ask him whether he still trusted this board or whether he could still trust this board. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson,
That
you are
part,
100%
you
correct.
remember that part?
And remember, I actually explained why I asked that question.
Yes.
Because at the suspensions of the four, Mr. Koko was the one who seemed the most hostile, if you were. So it was in the context of that I asked the question. But I do not remember asking Mr. Koko if he would come back. That wouldn't be congruent with me offering him the papers, which we had discussed earlier. So I cannot remember, but I would be surprised if those were my words. That's all I'm saying.
Well, maybe you and Mr. Seleka have a certain understanding of that sentence that he read as being attributed to you by Ms. Daniels. Namely, could you still come back, or could, because my inclination is to see it as very much in line with the statement that you recall having made. Could you still trust this board? As I see it, and maybe I should see it differently, as I see it, it's like can you work with this board after what has happened? Now, my immediate inclination is not to look at that as inviting him to come back, but it's just to put the question, given what has happened. Maybe I shouldn't look at it this way, but I don't see it as very different from what you admit you said. Mr. Seleka,
Yes, Chair, that part
yeah,
which Ms. Klein admits she said is what Ms. Suzanne Daniels says as the very first part. She says, Mr. Khoza thanked him, that is Mr. Koko, for his submission, and Ms. Klein started her conversation with an opening question. Could you fully trust this board again? That's the opening.
yes. Now, what I'm saying, and I just want you to have both of you to have the benefit of what's going on in my mind, is that my inclination is that you ask that question when you don't expect the person to say, yes, I can trust this board again. It's like your expectation is that this person is going to say, I can't trust this board anymore. But of course, if the person says, no, I can trust them, that's it. That's what's in my mind.
May I put what is in my mind, Chair?
Yes,
May
yeah.
I put what is in my mind? What is in my mind is this, Chair. If I say to Swelihle, can you trust that I will give you what you want, or that you can work with me? It's an invitation on my part that I want you to work with me.
And I think I think Ms. Klein may be understanding it that way too. She agrees.
No, no, Chairperson, now we've got to be careful what I'm agreeing with.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it's 2 against 1.
It's
so
too, okay.
let's proceed. But I could take a chance and ask Ms. Klein's counsel. Maybe he would be on my side.
Chairperson, can
Aaron.
I just clarify something? I just want Mr. Seleki, just remind me again.
Yes.
You said at the beginning of the meeting, he got given an opportunity to wax lyrical.
No.
Oh.
Ms. Daniels right. Unlike the previous two meetings, Mr. Koko was given the time to express his sentiments on the issues of his suspension quite in length. Then she used her own words.
No, of course.
That he waxed lyrically and so
Okay.
on. But the question is asked, could you fully trust this board again? But, you know, he's already said, I'm not going anywhere. ESCOM is in my veins, was part of the rendition, Ms. Daniels says, of his submission to you. Then you say, could you fully trust the board? You really want to come back?
I'm tempted to ask Ms. Klein's counsel. He might be wishing not to commit himself. No, that's fine. We understand. Let's continue.
If I was in his position, Chair, I would also keep quiet. And
You never know. It's still a long way before I come to writing the report. Who knows, maybe by the time I write the report, I'll have come around and
come to my position.
yes.
And she goes on to say, could you come back and work with this board? That's the question she says you asked. Mr. Koko retorted that he had horror stories relating to Zola Tsotsi and not the current board. Ms. Klein thanked him for his honesty and took note that he had said, I will come back to ESCOM. And it is in that context that I understand your opening question to him.
Can I have that affidavit by Ms. Daniels?
Ms.
You know,
Daniels.
The disadvantage of not having relying on you, Mr. Slega, is that if there was something else I could pick up, then I can't pick it up because I don't have it. And Ms. Klein should actually have her own as well, so that she can see where you are reading. She might pick up something on the next line which you don't read because you have stopped somewhere.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
So everything that will be referred to, we should all have. You were reading from page, or from paragraph 69.
Correct, Chairperson.
Yes,
I don't have a copy in front
do
of
you
me.
not have a copy for
We
Ms.
want
Klein?
we want to provide a copy for
Yeah,
Ms. Klein.
please, just make sure that we all have the same thing.
Yes.
Ms. Klein, do you remember? Do you remember that Mr. Koko was given quite some time to express his sentiments on the issue of his suspension? Because Ms. Daniel says he was given a lot of time to do that. The other two had not been given that time.
I don't remember just him being given time, Chairperson. I remember the man starting to talk about his career at ESCOM and how his blood is blue, he's going nowhere. But if you ask me, did he get more time than anybody else? It didn't occur to me at the time that I was giving him more time. It was part of a discussion with the person. So I'm not sure that I would agree that he got given more, but if it was more because somebody was timing it, I can't argue with that.
Have you found something for her?
They're still looking, Chair. Sorry, they're still looking for it. Yes, we may be able to.
Of course, according to Ms. Daniels, Mr. Koko went to great lengths imparting to the board members that they had been misled and that he would not make it difficult for the board if the board says you don't fit. He would accede and leave ESCOM. Now that doesn't seem to be consistent with your evidence that he was adamant that he was not going anywhere. That's at paragraph 70 on page 16 of Ms. Daniels' bundle.
Yes, Chair, she has a different bundle, but the same affidavit. So the paragraph numbers, you see, unlike at the top of the page,
Yes.
you see it?
Are we talking about the same page? I think
Yes.
we're on the same page.
Yes, yes.
Chairperson, my only comment on this would be, I went into that meeting in the same way that I went into the meeting with Tsholofelo. Tsholofelo said she didn't want to leave, and then the discussions carried on about various other things. This gentleman literally came in, set himself down, and started telling the committee about how his blood was blue, about how he was going nowhere, and to use somebody else's term, waxing lyrical about it. At the end of it, in spite of how I may have felt personally about the person, I just knew that this is somebody who didn't want to go anywhere. So if you're saying to me that he said he wouldn't make it difficult for the board if the board decides he must go, I cannot remember that comment. He may very well have said it, but if you're asking me today, I cannot remember him saying those words. I cannot remember that.
Well, it may, this is Ms. Daniels who says he said he would not, and she puts this in quotations, would not make it difficult for the board, close quotations, if the board says, open quotations, you don't fit, close quotations. Then she says, he said he would accede and leave ESCOM. So that part, if it is true, gives me the impression of somebody who says, I don't want to go, but if the board says I don't fit into their plans, I won't fight. I won't make it difficult for them. I will accede and leave ESCOM. That's the impression I get from what Ms. Daniels says Mr. Koko said. Does that seem inconsistent with your impression of the position Mr. Koko took in the meeting?
That certainly doesn't sound like what I heard, Chairperson. I would have remembered that. I would have remembered if Mr. Koko said, I wouldn't make it difficult for you, because I had my own views on Mr. Koko, which I've shared publicly before. I would have grabbed at that opportunity to say to the guys, hold on, this person, sorry, sorry, Chairperson. I would have grabbed at the opportunity to say, this person is ready to leave. Let's talk about leaving. So I do not remember that. That's the one part of this thing. The fact that he was talking a lot, the fact that he says his blood is blue, the fact that I knew he was very, I don't know if the word is aggressive, but when he left the night when he was suspended, he was very angry with the board. I remember all of that. So I just cannot remember him saying, if the board says that, I'm not required, I won't make it hard. I don't remember that, sir.
But I think there's something interesting in what you have just said. If he said, I don't want to go, but if the board wants me to go, I won't make it difficult for them. I will leave. Why would your reaction to that have been to say, this person wants to go, let's talk about him leaving? Because you were representing a board which I'm told wanted these people back. Why would your attitude, your reaction not have been, no, the board wants every executive who is happy to continue? Why would you have grabbed that and say, okay, let's talk your departure?
Chairperson, I've been on oath in Parliament as well, stating that of the executives, when I became People and Governance Chair, Mr. Koko seemed to have had difficulty with a lot of the members of ESCOM. And there were many complaints about him. I didn't know Mr. Koko from a bar of soap. But one of the things that I learned was that he had difficulty with a lot of relationships with some of the people there. So if there was any one person who was asking to go, I would have probably have encouraged it. I would have encouraged it. That's why I cannot believe that I would have, that was said, because I did not hear that. I would have remembered that.
Okay. What does Mr. Koko say about his meeting? Does he, in his affidavit, Mr. Silega, does he say whether, does what he say reflect what Ms. Daniel says here?
Sorry, Chair. He says he rejected outright the proposal that was given to him. And I need to find what he, essentially it's a rejection of what was being presented to him. And he would not accept it.
There's no indication in his affidavit that if the board insisted that he should go, he would not make it difficult for them.
No, he doesn't go into the details.
It doesn't. It's more consistent with what Ms. Klein says in terms of her attitude, his attitude.
Yes.
Yes.
In terms of the first part of what Ms. Daniels also says there,
Yeah.
It's consistent with that. I don't want the proposal, I'm rejecting it out of hand.
Yeah.
But then he doesn't go into
More details.
even that his blood is blue, I want to come back. He doesn't say those things.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, I think Mr. Seleka probably was still going to put this to you if he hasn't already done so. I see that Ms. Daniels at paragraph 73 of her affidavit says, the board delegation met on 19 May 2015 and I was in attendance. Mrs. Klein opened the discussion by emphasizing the need to find settlement with the parties and clear the decks. She also confirmed that the shareholder has approved to get rid of the people and make the necessary concessions if it sorts out the problem. She stressed that the priority is to get the people off and away. The meeting further discussed the various settlement arrangements as the minister had a ceiling of 12 million rand to negotiate, and the guiding principles were full cost to the company up to 12 months, payment of tranche 8, Roman figure 3, payment of tranche 9, Roman figure 4, contribution to legal costs and communication plan around the suspended executives. The settlements with Mr. Marokane and Ms. Molefe were mentioned as those that needed to be finalized. Do you want to comment on what Ms. Daniels says on that, in that paragraph?
Chairperson, I have no idea what Ms. Daniels is talking about. Very simply because the minister had never spoken to me about any ceiling on any settlement. The minister had never spoken to me about who has got to leave when. So I honestly don't know, unless I can see a minute which says that, but I do not remember any of that. What I will say is, and I think I've said this time and time again through the inquiry, is that I was always cognizant about a board making decisions to turn the company around.
Yes.
But clearing the decks, minister talking about a 12 million ceiling, I don't know how the minister would even have known what the people were earning. So I have got no idea what Ms. Daniels is talking about.
Okay. Mr. Sliger?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Klein, but we know from the evidence of both Dr. Ngubane and Mr. Matuna that when they met at the CCMA, Mr. Matuna was told, let's adjourn the proceedings, see whether we can't reach an amicable separation. And he was told that they need to get a mandate from the shareholder. So the proceedings were adjourned so that they could engage with the shareholder. And that seems to be in line with what Ms. Daniels is saying there, that your mandate as the board ultimately came from the shareholder.
And I think Dr. Ngubane did not dispute that part
No,
of Mr. Matona's evidence.
correct,
here.
Chair.
Chair, I'm not disputing any of what Advocate Seleka has just said. What I'm disputing is that the minister told, or unless I'm reading it wrong again, because I tend to do that. The 12 million.
I think one of the things you said a few minutes ago seemed to suggest that you were wondering how the minister could come into these types of matters, into the settlement, talking about amounts and so on. And I think what Mr. Selega is saying, but that shouldn't be surprising because Mr. Matona said, Dr. Ngubane or somebody from the board at the CCMA said, please let's postpone your matter because we need to get a mandate from the shareholder minister. So, and if that is factually true, and Dr. Ngubane did not dispute it, it may well be, therefore, that the minister did get involved into amounts and so on.
That's very possible, Chair.
Yeah,
Very possible, but I guess I read that what Ms. Daniels was saying is that I said those things. So maybe I was reading it incorrectly.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels, do I understand you to be saying that paragraph 71, where you are quoted for the second time, at this point, Ms. Klein then asked, could you come back and work with this board? That you did not say that?
No, Chairperson, I've already said that I've explained that I actually did ask that.
Oh, you did?
No, I actually have already acknowledged that I said that right at the very beginning.
Oh, sorry, I understood it differently. Okay. But that one was not asked of Ms. Tulumolev. Could you come back and work with this board?
Chairperson, as I've said earlier, the reason for asking that question of Mr. Koko was because of what happened the day of his suspension. He was very angry with the board. He walked out there. He was so cross with us. Hence my question. That was the only reason I asked him that question.
Yeah. Can I go back to that paragraph 73? Or, you know, if I conclude, sorry, Ms. Line, if I conclude in regard to your explanation to the chairperson why you asked that question, the reasons would similarly have applied to Ms. Molefe, who had indicated she wants to come back. And I appreciate you were not in Mr. Denmarokani's negotiations. He also had expressed interest to come back. This meeting, which Ms. Suzanne refers to in paragraph 73, did it take place?
Chairperson, I have no idea. I don't know what meeting we are referring to here, and that's what I'm saying, if I had a minute of it or some indication, but I do not know what meeting we are referring to here.
But we also don't have minutes of your settlement discussions with these executives, and you have agreed that Ms. Daniels correctly reflects what you have even said in these meetings.
I have acknowledged that some of what you said is correct,
Yes.
not all of it. So if you ask me if this happened, it may have happened. Did I say those things? I don't know.
No, just the meeting itself,
I've
not what you said.
Okay. I have no recollection of that meeting, Chairperson.
Because she does say in paragraph 74 that she was then asked to prepare a brief to the minister from the chairman on the status of the suspended executives, and then she attaches a copy. And she links that to the meeting the delegation had on the 19th.
Maybe one could ask the question this way. When you see that brief, that document, which she says was a document she was asked to prepare for the minister, do you recall it as a document that your committee or you and your colleagues had asked her to do?
Very definitely, Chairperson.
You recall
I
that?
do recall it.
Okay, all
I do
right.
recall that.
Okay. And is it possible that it was at the meeting that Mr. Slager refers to where she was asked to prepare that document? It is possible.
It is possible, Chairperson.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Then, Ms. Klein, we can put aside that file. I wish to go back to the reference file, Chair.
Yes.
There's then correspondence that seems to confirm what you say was your statement to Mr. Koko, could you come back? And it seems as if, and you will correct us in that regard, that the board, or maybe the P&G committee, I wouldn't know, in fact, did decide to have Mr. Koko back.
Yes, Chairperson.
And in paragraph 57 of your affidavit, page 16, you talk about, paragraph 57, you talk about your meeting with Mr. Koko. He was the one executive who was not interested in leaving the employment of ESCOM. And you then say you inquired from Denton's whether they have made any evidence, whether they have found any evidence of wrongdoing by any of the suspended executives.
Correct, Chairperson.
Yeah. Now, before I go to my point, let me deal with this quickly, because you've seen Mr. Kapti's affidavit again.
Yes.
He says he has no recollection of you asking him this.
Right? You want me? Sorry, Chairperson.
Yeah, you can comment.
To respond.
Yes, please.
Chairperson, I do not know if Mr. Kapti is confusing me with Miriam, who was the chairperson of Audit and Risk. I spoke to Mr. Kapti myself. In fact, I want to go a step further. In the discussion with Mr. Kapti, he told me categorically that there was no evidence of wrongdoing.
Of course, the question arises, why was it an issue for you or for you and the board whether Denton's had found any wrongdoing on the part of Mr. Koko, because Mr. Koko, together with the other executives, had been suspended on the basis that there were no allegations of wrongdoing on their part, number one. Number two, the brief given to Dentons excluded them looking into any wrongdoing on the part of the executives. So why was this an issue? Why had this to be checked when you and your board knew that you never asked Dentons to investigate any wrongdoing on the part of Mr. Koko or any of the executives? Why now, when there was a discussion about any one of them coming back or Mr. Koko coming back, was there an issue to say, let's check if there's any wrongdoing found by Dentons?
Can I respond, Chair? May I respond?
Yeah, yes.
Chair, early in the Denton's inquiry, I got a call from Dr. Ben Ngubane, who told me that Suzanne Daniels had been interrogated, I think was the word used, by the Denton's investigators. And they were very hostile towards her. So hostile, she was apparently in tears, and Dr. Ben, because I was acting people and governance, asked me, please, would you meet with Ms. Daniels to find out what is happening? I met with Ms. Daniels, and she told me that the Denton's investigator had told her that they had found enough evidence on her to have her dismissed, whatever the words, but she was very, very, very distressed by this. Based on that, Dr. Ngubane, at one of the meetings that followed, and I know that I found the minutes a week or so ago, but I couldn't find it last night, wouldn't even allow Ms. Daniels into the meeting because of what supposedly Dentons had found. And it was with that in mind, Chairperson, bearing in mind that Ms. Daniels at the time worked for Machela Koko. So in my heart of hearts, when I was told that, and we can listen to the recording of the 2nd of July where there's such a motivation to bring Mr. Koko back because somebody had died in his department and the acting people were not coping, so it'd be great to bring Mr. Koko back. I said only on condition that I can make a call to Dentons because of what had happened to Ms. Daniels. I needed to satisfy myself that in the inquiry, whilst it wasn't focusing on the executives, if anybody could be this rough on Ms. Daniels, surely she was not working alone. She was working for Machela Koko. That was the reason that I made the call to Dentons.
Okay. If they said they had found something, some wrongdoing, would that have made you to take the position that Mr. Koko should not be allowed back? Or what? How would that have affected your judgment?
It would absolutely have meant that Mr. Koko could not be allowed because, and I'm sure we're going to deal with Denton's reports in a while, but Denton's was going to continue, not Denton's, but there was going to be another process afterwards for a lot of the allegations that were made. I wanted to make very sure in my heart of hearts that what had happened to Ms. Daniels had nothing to do with Mr. Koko before allowing him back in.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels, do you recall Ms. Klein? I beg your pardon. Obviously the chairperson doesn't have, and the commission doesn't have that information in your affidavit.
Well, Mr. Slega, did you address her as Ms. Daniels?
No, I changed it, Chair.
And asked her whether she recalls Ms. Clay. It's been a long day.
It's been a long...
Yes, continue.
Yes. What was my question now?
You confused her with Ms. Daniels. That was your question.
Well, I was saying, Ms. Klein, that the Commission doesn't have the benefit of that information in your affidavit, so that we could also get the version of Ms. Daniels and Dr. Ngubane, because you say it was Dr. Ngubane who said that. So would you provide us with an affidavit?
Absolutely.
We will liaise with you after this.
Absolutely, Chairperson.
Yeah. Because let me read what Dentons is saying. Mr. Kabdi says, I have no recollection of being contacted by Mr. And you've read this. By Ms. Klein to inquire whether findings of wrongdoing had been made against Mr. Koko. I do, however, recall being contacted by Ms. Kasim. This is one of the board members.
She was the Chairperson of Audit and Risk.
She was the Chairperson of Audit and Risk. Being contacted by Ms. Is it Kasim or Kasim? To inquire whether the firm had made any findings of wrongdoing against the suspended executives. I was not involved in the drafting of the firm's report and referred this query to Mr. Suleiman. Mr. Suleiman has informed me as follows. Now that first part doesn't impress on me as a person who is confusing you with somebody else. He seems to be clear about who he's talking about. The distinction between you and Ms. Kasim.
Chairperson, all I can say to you is I spoke to Mr. Kapti. Mr. Kapti did not refer me to Mr. Suleiman.
Well, Chair, it carries on. Ms. Kasim asked Mr. Suleiman to confirm whether any findings of wrongdoing by the suspended executives were made in the firm's report. Mr. Suleiman responded that the investigation was not into wrongdoing by the suspended executives, and therefore no findings were made in respect of wrongdoing by any specific persons, which is what the chairperson is saying to you. Ms. Suleiman also responds by saying, but that's not in our mandate.
Chairperson, I stick to my version, which is I would have had absolutely no reason to go back to the board and say that I've spoken to Dentons if, in fact, I did not. And if on reading, and if I look at what, because in fairness, the investigators and the advocate did give me a copy of it yesterday. He says he has no recollection. He doesn't say he didn't speak to me. He says he cannot, because I mean, at least 5 years ago. One thing I will say is, when I spoke to him, he did not say to me that he's referring me to Mr. Suleiman. That he never did that.
Ms. Klein, there's in fact letters addressed to Ms. Kasim on this issue. So he's clear, he doesn't recall you calling, but he does recall being called by Ms. Kasim. But your version is your version. We can leave it at that.
Chairperson, I do want to ask, though, the letter, because remember, I didn't have the benefit of the response from Mr. Suleiman to Ms. Kasim.
Yes.
May I have a look at that?
Yes, please. Yes, certainly.
Because that would help me.
Yes, they were emailed after the affidavit had been sent.
And I just want to just be clear, because I have had no interaction with Mr. Suleiman.
Chairperson, may I beg leave to hand it up?
Yeah, that's fine.
These are annexures specifically referred to in those two paragraphs. Annexure N12 and N13, which is referred to in the next paragraph. The affidavit, Chairperson, has been inserted at the end of the reference bundle, right at the end of the reference bundle.
Okay.
It only came in yesterday.
Do we not have Mr. Romeo Kumalo's affidavit by now? I'm just thinking
Chair, should I place it on record, Chair? He was given a deadline of last week Friday, 2 October 2020.
Yes.
He didn't meet the deadline. And I reminded him by email He subsequently responded, and in his email, it's a message to the effect that his attorney,
Your voice has gone down.
has it gone down? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, Chair.
raise it, yeah.
His attorney is on holiday, school holidays, and upon his return, they will engage and attend to the drafting of the affidavit. So
But we can't wait for somebody who's on holiday.
I have indicated that much, Chair.
Yes.
And so I haven't received a subsequent response, but I'll follow up with him.
Yes, okay,
Thank you, Chair.
okay.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've noted that, but I stand by my version, which
Yes,
is
okay,
Mr. Suleiman did not write to me,
yes.
and I got the answer from Noor Kabdi,
Okay.
and it was on the basis of the affidavit which I will provide about Ms. Daniels.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you.
okay.
So, Chair, let me just place on record, because the letters that are annexed to Mr. Kabdi's affidavit are respectively dated 13 July 2015 and 14 July 2015. It's a letter from Denton's. The author is Mr. Shahid Suleiman. The attention to Ms. Miriam Kassim, ESCOM Holdings. And the letter reads, Dear Ms. Kassim, investigation into the affairs of ESCOM Holdings SOE Limited. I refer to the above. I note that the terms of reference in respect of the investigation do not require that misconduct by any specific individual be investigated. Accordingly, as you will have seen from our draft preliminary report, you have seen it already, we make no recommendations in relation to any specific individual. And
Yes.
just to place that on record.
Yeah, okay. I don't think the issue can be taken further.
No.
Yeah, okay, let's proceed.
Then, Ms. Daniels, you say after you made the inquiry, oh my word, sorry, Miss Lane.
I think next time he makes this mistake, he must pay Miss Klein. And,
Thank you, Chair.
you know, council can afford, you know, so. So he will understand if you demand quite a high amount. Yes, let's continue.
Ms. Lane, then, related to that paragraph of your allegation that you approached Mr. Kabdi, is the subsequent paragraph. In order to address my discomfort, I decided to engage with Mr. Jerry Kapu. But what was your discomfort?
My discomfort was twofold. Here you've got 3 people who you're settling with in the 3-month period that they were supposedly being given to get everything done, for the investigation to be done. And here's a possibility that one person comes back. That was the first discomfort that I had. Legally, am I exposing? Are we, the board, exposing the company to any kind of a legal, to litigation? Secondly, if there then is no wrongdoing, because remember, I stick to my version, which is I spoke to Noor Kabdi based on what I had experienced with Ms. Daniels. And Noor Kabdi tells me there is no wrongdoing. I wanted to make sure what would happen if I, as a board member, said to the other board members, I'm not going to allow Mr. Koko to come back. I needed to understand what the consequences of that would be for the organization.
Mr. Suleiman's letter says, as we have already indicated in our draft report, there are no findings of wrongdoing against anybody. Why is it your concern and not the board's concern?
Chairperson, that's a very interesting question because you're going to have other board members who's going to come here, and I hope that you're going to put this question to them.
No, I'm putting it to you because...
And I'm going to answer you,
No,
sir.
no, listen, let me, it says, you saying in your affidavit, which no
Or
board
maybe,
member has
maybe,
said.
Mr. Selega, maybe please don't take your eyes away from what you're looking at, but maybe let's ask this question, which is related to the question that Mr. Selega is asking. Do you know whether your concern was shared by the other members of the board?
Chairperson, to a large degree, it was not.
It was not.
It was not.
Yes. Okay. Do you know why you would have this concern, but the other members of the board, or some of them, would not have that concern, or is that something you don't know?
I cannot explain it, Chairperson.
Yes,
All
okay.
I know is in more than one meeting, I indicated,
Yes.
guys, we can't do this. There's one or two things coming out that is of concern to me. And I think that was part of the reason I was asked to go and get an opinion from Nur Kapti, as well as go and get the legal opinion because of my reservations, which I was raising.
Okay.
My discomfort, not the board's discomfort, but anyway. Sorry, Ms. Klein, what was your discomfort?
As I've explained earlier, my discomfort was based on what happened to Ms. Daniels. And I was afraid that there may be something underlying which could come at us afterwards. Sorry, are we still talking about the same thing, Chairperson?
No, I'm talking
Just help me quickly. I may be off the point.
Yes, in order to address my discomfort, so you say you've received a response from Mr.
Yes.
Nur Kapti. He says he doesn't recall you contacting him. But you further say, in order to address my discomfort, I decided to engage with Mr. Jerry Kapu of Bowman Gilfillan. And my question was, what did you say was your discomfort?
My discomfort at that stage was, now that Jerry Kapu has said, not Jerry Kapu, sorry, Nur Kapti.
He's going to make you pay.
Sorry, Nur Kapti. Now that Nur Kapti has told me there is no, all these things that I'd been worried about with Ms. Daniels is out of the way, then I was concerned that here you've got 3 executives, literally, who's, according to me, by now accepted that they're going to be leaving. What does bringing a 4th one back do to the company? Do we not open the company to litigation, was the first concern. Secondly, if, like I'm saying to you, I was told by Mr. Kapti there was nothing else there, what would we be exposed to if we kept him out? So it was twofold. So that was my discomfort. The litigation, which we could possibly open ourselves to by the other 3, now that he's coming back. And the second thing was keeping him out after supposedly there is nothing, which was confirmed by Nur Kapti. What does that mean? Those were the opinions that I was asking Jerry Kapu for.
Yes. So my discomfort, I decided to engage with Jerry Kapu of Bowman Gilfillan, who decided that ESCOM could not keep someone on suspension if the inquiry did not find any evidence of wrongdoing. And so you have had the benefit, obviously, of looking at the reference bundle and the letters that were exchanged between you and Mr. Kapu, the advice you received from him.
Yes, yes.
You further say Denton's also provided a letter confirming the above.
That was picked up in one of the minutes. I never physically saw the letter. It was a minute of a meeting where Twaita Mabude gives feedback and says there was a letter from Denton's. I never physically saw the letter from Denton's myself.
Sure.
Let me, while Mr. Selega prepares to ask you his next question, let me go back to your discomfort that relates to the fact that 3 of the executives had left or were leaving, and you were looking at the possibility that the 4th one could be allowed back. What do you say to the proposition that discomfort, you said your discomfort was twofold, one part related to Ms. Daniels, the other one related to the fact that 3 of the executives were leaving, but you were faced with the possibility of allowing back the 4th. What do you say to the proposition that that discomfort you had is not consistent with somebody who knows that with regard to the 3 executives who were leaving, they were leaving because that was their choice? That discomfort is more consistent with somebody who knows that in regard to these 3, we may be accused of having pushed them out or of not having wanted them back. What do you say to that proposition? In other words, if having negotiated with the 3 executives and you are clear in your mind that you wanted them back and they know that, but they chose that they wanted to leave, you would have no discomfort when you come to the 4th executive, you adopt the same attitude. The 4th executive says, I want to come back, because you would know that we have been consistent. With all of them, we're saying from our side, we are happy for you to come back. But if you choose to go, it's fine as well. We are adopting the same attitude to Mr. Koko. If he chooses to come back, we can't be accused of anything because we are consistent. But if the position is that with regard to the other 3, you think you may have acted inconsistently, you may have not wanted them back or acted in a manner that seemed to suggest you wanted them out, then that discomfort would be there when you are faced with the possibility of allowing the 4th one to back. What do you say to that proposition?
Chairperson, I think what you're saying is probable, because you'll remember Mr. Matona saying that, he felt like he was pushed out.
Yes.
So what you're saying is probable. But that is certainly not what was in my mind at the time.
Yes,
I wanted to make sure that legally, bringing 1 out of 4 back is not going to create a problem for the organization.
Yes. Okay.
And that was a mandate given to you by the board?
By people in governance on behalf of the board.
So that mandate for you to do this exercise of finding out was given to you by people in governance?
Correct. On behalf of the board, yes.
So your affidavit say I was mandated by the board.
That might be because the board mandated the PNG basically to do whatever the board had a mandate to do.
Correct.
Is that right? I'm saying that may be that. You might say, no, it is not. But
Chairperson, but that's exactly the point. The board had mandated people in governance, and people in governance had instructed me because of various pushbacks for me to do certain things.
yes.
We will find out from the board.
But you can pursue. It doesn't mean you must not pursue your question, Mr. Smaga, if you want. But I don't know in the end whether it makes much difference whether it's PNG or the board.
That's fine, Chair. What I wanted to, Ms. Klein, the letters that Denton's has provided, they haven't provided any other in regard to the request. You can't dispute that this was the response given by Denton's to Ms. Miriam Kassem.
Chairperson, I can only say to you, I see it here. If these are the letters that were sent to Ms. Kassem would have to give you that assurance. I never got a letter from Denton's at all.
Yes.
Mr. Slega, sorry, I think we are at 22:04. I wouldn't like us to go beyond 4 o'clock with Ms. Klein if possible. I would like us to finish with her.
Yes, Chair.
But you, if there are important issues that you will not have covered by that, you can tell me. But
Yes, Chair.
I would like us to try and wrap up with her by 4.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Klein, I was going to refer you to the correspondence between you and Mr. Jerry Kapu, which you have had sight of. That's in the reference bundle. There is a letter there on page 21, which is addressed to yourself by Mr. Kapu. You have seen, I'll read it, and I'm interested in the mandate given to Mr. Kapu, the instructions. So you've first gone to Denton's,
Yes.
then you go to Mr. Kapu, and he's writing on 2 July 2015, or the letter is dated 2 July 2015, suspension of Mr. Machela Moses Koko. And paragraph 1 says, in March 2015, Eskom suspended 4 of its executives. Eskom has since entered into settlement agreements with 3 of these 4 executives, in terms of which the parties agreed to mutually terminate. Eskom is now considering uplifting the suspension of the 4th executive, Mr. Koko. Eskom has therefore requested that we advise it on whether the uplifting of Mr. Koko's suspension will impact on the settlement agreements entered into with the other 3 executives. So you confirm that you have been
I agree.
the instruction
I
to
confirm,
Mr.
Chairperson. Yes.
And so he gave his advice about the impact of your decision to return Mr. Koko will be in the agreements. He
Correct.
said there will be no impact.
Yes.
Then you wrote back to him on 2 July, the same date, 2015, and you say, Jerry, can you please include a para on the consequences of not bringing Koko back? Can I please have this before 1300? You're writing at 10:25. Before 1300, as I need it for the board meeting which starts then. Regards. So you wanted a paragraph included regarding the consequences. Whether there are consequences of not bringing him back, what are they?
Yes, correct, Chairperson.
So by this time, the board has resolved to bring him back.
Yes.
Now, the curious note here to make
That was yes, sir.
Sorry.
The answer was yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. I
Yeah,
just wanted
PNG,
to
sorry,
be captured.
PNG had agreed to bring him back. Okay? No, not the board. PNG, there was going to be a PNG meeting later on the 2nd. I think there's a problem with the date, because I think the date of the PNG meeting that we've got there is on the 1st. The PNG meeting happened later, the day on the 2nd. Where I gave feedback in terms of what both Mr. Kapo and Mr. Kapti had said.
Well, going back to the mandate of the board to the delegation of 3, yourself, Dr. Ngubane, and Mr. Kumalo, you were the people who were
Yes.
authorized to negotiate settlements. Now, I seem to remember that the board had said something to the effect that we understand that these executives who have been suspended want to leave. We are mandating you to negotiate settlements, and they set out the parameters of that settlement. And that that mandate did not include having anybody come back. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. So, did your committee, this group of three, or the PNG, but the mandate was given to the group of three, did this group of three go back to the board or to PNG at some stage and say, in regard to Mr. Koko, the mandate you gave us can't be effected because he wants to come back? Do we have the authority to bring him back? Did that happen?
That did, Chairperson.
Yes.
After PNG, which is dated the 2nd, which we've sent you the clip of as well, where I give feedback to PNG as to what happened with my discussion with Mr. Kapu and with Mr. Kapti. After that, it then went back to the board to say to the board, look, this is our proposal. And the board then, based on the information they then received, were comfortable that this could happen, bearing in mind we've now checked it off with the inquiry, with Kapti, as well as with the legal people.
No, that's fine. Just as a matter of interest, do you know whether the board was ever told that Ms. Molefe, at the first meeting with the representatives of the board, had made it clear that she wanted to come back,
Chairperson,
even though ultimately a settlement was reached? Do you know whether the board was ever told of that situation?
Chairperson, I'm not aware of that.
You
I
cannot-
don't
yes.
think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. Maybe to get this out of the way, both Mr. Den Morake and Ms. Molefe, if I remember correctly, testified that they felt unwanted by the board. Do you have any comment on that? They felt unwanted. You know, Mr. Murakane said he wrote, I think, a letter of the 18th of March after the suspension had begun, and raised a number of issues and indicated his preparedness to contribute to the solutions and so on, and set out what he had done. And he told me that actually around the 6th of March, his portfolio had reached a milestone that had not been reached in 20 years or something. I even said, so unbeknown to you, in 2 days' time, your name would be among those who are being discussed for suspension in a Durban meeting. So he said in that letter of the 18th, he talked about what he had done and so on, but there was no response from the board. I think he sent another letter or himself or through his attorneys, so he was not getting a response. At a certain stage, he thought, you know, I'm not wanted. And he reached out to Dr. Ngubane to say, look, it looks like there is no trust here anymore. Can we talk parting of the ways, separation? And from what he said, Dr. Ngubane didn't make any attempt to say, no, actually the board wants you back or anything like that. But he made the point, that is Mr. Morokane, that interestingly, whereas when he had been sending these letters over this period to the board, there was no response, there was no acknowledgement of receipt of the letters. Once he talked about a separation, there was immediate response in a day or two, Dr. Ngubane made sure that, that he could, he went back to him or whatever. So they said they felt unwanted. I don't know if you are able to make any comment.
Chairperson, I can't make a comment other than to say that I can understand why they would have felt that.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. You done? Ms. Lane, just to complete on this, Mr. Koko, you had said earlier that if there was one person you wouldn't want to take back, it would have been him because of the issues that were raised against him. At this time, when you are asking for this legal opinions, when the Dentons is making it clear that you haven't given us a mandate to investigate any wrongdoing, why didn't you commission an investigation into these allegations about Suzanne Daniels, issues you alluded to earlier about Mr. Koko himself?
Chairperson, let me answer that this way. The man was not back yet. Let me say this to you. Should the four have come back on my watch, there would have been an investigation into all of the allegations that had been made prior to them leaving. Because, I mean, we've dealt fairly with various allegations and things like that. So when people did come back, we would have had to have then looked at various things. The difficulty that I had, or I think that the board faced, Chairperson, was we were on a burning platform with so much going on. We had load shedding, going concern problems, and all of the rest of it. So if you're saying to me, why didn't I then institute an investigation against Mr. Koko? That just wasn't a top priority for me at the time. We were wanting to get this business stabilized. That was my perspective. I wanted to make sure that we had dealt with the four executives in a way that the board would not be exposed legally, and I had done what I thought were the checks and balances required.
Ms. Daniels' version in regard to the Denton's report, and you know the draft which you referred to in your affidavit as a draft which was destroyed, she says, in fact, and we've seen the minutes of the meeting where the board resolves that copies be collected and that you be the one to destroy them. And that decision was made because there were allegations in the report regarding how Mr. Koko had concluded certain transactions, which was not above board.
Chairperson, when it comes to the Dentons, and I hope I'm not going to go too wide, you must just help me, Mr. Seleka, because remember we're talking about various versions, but I think that they're all.
Let's talk the first
one.
Yes.
First one. The first version of the Dentons report was given, the presentation was made to the board on the 25th of June. That version had no, according to my recollection, no names of individuals, but names of companies in it. I remember the board asking the question, how much of this has been verified and how much of this are just allegations? Because we were very cognizant, certainly I was, of the fact that we had 3 months for this thing to run. They gave us, this was verified, and these were allegations. The board decided that the allegations could be looked at afterwards. But in order to get a baseline, which is what I thought we were needing to do, that we would work with the version which was verified. So that was the first version. The board then asked Dentons to go away and take out the names of the companies. Once again, Ms. Daniels, let me not talk about Ms. Daniels. I do not recall any names of individuals in that report. So when the report, the second report came, On the 14th of August, that was the report that the board accepted and signed off. Regarding the question about me collecting them and shredding them,
Not you collecting, there's a minute
okay?
in the board meeting
Yes.
saying the company secretary should collect copies, give them to you, and that you will destroy the copies.
Can I just go back?
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Right. So the first presentation is made on the 25th of June. The meeting of the 2nd or the 3rd of July, the board gets given this first draft, which is with all the names of the different companies in it. On the meeting, or at the meeting of the 14th of July, the company secretary is asked to get all of those versions back from board members, because board members are now walking around with documents which the board has agreed it would rather not have, because we could be sued because there wasn't proper investigations done on it. So at the meeting of the 14th of July, the company secretary asks, please, can we have all the documents back? That's the first version with all of the names in it. On the 14th of August, Chairperson, when we get the final draft, the one where the board is now happy, you've taken out the names of people, we can't get sued. By this time, quite a few of the board members had still not given back the documents in spite of having been asked for it a month before. It is at that point that I'm asked, as Chair of People and Governance, please can you help us to collect these documents from the other board members so that they can be shredded? And Chairperson, I certainly did not shred any documents myself. I would have worked with company secretary where people had not brought their copies in to maybe make a call to say, please, can we have your cooperation? Because it was an entire month later that board members still had not complied with the request from the Secretariat.
Two things, Ms. Klein. One is that in your own affidavit, you say the report, the first one, included allegations against individuals and companies. I hear you now tell the chairperson it was only the names of the companies that were mentioned.
And if I said that it's individuals and companies, then I'm wrong here, because as far as I remember, it was against companies, and I was afraid that we would be sued.
But then Ms. Daniels is consistent with your affidavit, says the names were mentioned of individuals, and it was shredded for that reason. Not only companies, but individuals.
Chairperson, as I sit here today, my concern at the time was about companies. I can't remember individual names even being mentioned in that first report.
Yeah, and I don't want to be difficult with you, but how would it get into your affidavit? It's page 22, paragraph 84.
Mr. Selega, despite what I said about finishing with Ms. Klein at 4, the bottom line is the issues, we must do justice to the issues. So
Yes, Chair.
if you do feel that there are still a few issues that are important to be dealt with, it's fine. But
Thank you,
we
Chair.
might have to take a short break at 4 and then come
Yes.
back and continue.
Yes. Shall I pursue a little more, Chair? Ms. Klein,
Yes.
the
Yes.
question was then, how did it get into your affidavit, which is a sworn statement?
Chairperson, all I can say to you is, with the benefit of looking at it now, I really believe it was companies. I cannot believe that they were individuals. Sitting here now, if that's what I wrote there, then I have to say to you, hand on heart, then it was a mistake, because it was definitely companies, and I cannot remember seeing individual names on it.
You have seen again the affidavit of Dentons, and this is the second point. Denton says, you saying you gave them a request, you requested them to remove the names of the companies and you say the companies. Denton says there was no request from Eskom to effect any specific changes to the draft preliminary report. The amendments to the draft preliminary report were made for the reasons set out in the above-mentioned email to Ms. Kassam. The sequence of events in relation to the preparation of the final report is set out above. We have furthermore provided to the Commission a compared copy of the firm's report so that the changes can be readily identified. So I may not show you, I might not do the exercise now, but perhaps for the benefit of the chairperson, but let me deal with the first part, which is there was no request from Eskom to make any specific changes to the draft preliminary report.
Chairperson, that is news to me. My understanding, and there's a letter that we have, which I'm not sure, I think was given in my pack, the last pack to the Commission, was where Ms. Kassam actually wants to understand what's the difference between the first and the second report. And they actually then say the corroborated version is what was in the final version. The uncorroborated or the allegations was all removed. So I must say, I'm not sure, I mean, obviously not having had sight of what it is that you're referring to, I can only go on what the chairperson of ARC told us, which was to say, this was the first version, this is the second version, so what is the difference? And the difference, one of the first things, point number one on the letter which she got from Denton's was to say that all uncorroborated names of companies had been removed. So I think that's something, Chairperson, that we'd need to then ask Ms. Kassam, but I cannot really respond to that any further. My version is there were names of companies in there, and my personal concern was that they could sue us, which is why they were asked to be removed.
Let's take a short adjournment. During the adjournment, maybe Mr. Selega, you could let Ms. Klein see what you were reading from.
Yes, Chair.
that will help
It
me.
might assist her.
Yes.
So when we come back, then
Perfect.
we will continue. We will resume at 4:15.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Klein, the paragraph we read just before the adjournment is 8.6 in that affidavit. Chairperson, the disadvantage is that the affidavit was received yesterday. What I think I would like to arrange with Ms. Klein is to look at some of these annexures where Ms. Kapti says the explanation for making amendments to the draft preliminary report was mentioned in the email to Ms. Kassim. The email is here, but the report itself runs up to over 100 pages. And she will need to do a comparison of where there are names and how it evolved from the first draft to the next and the next. We can do that exercise.
But what is the point about the presence or absence of names of individuals in the report, whether there were names or there were no names? What is the point about it?
Yes, we were putting to Ms. Klein the version which we see in her affidavits vis-a-vis what we see in Ms. Daniels' affidavit, that the report was destroyed because it had certain allegations made against Mr. Machela Gugu.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think she needs to have the opportunity to look at it, Ms. Klein. We also need to have the opportunity to look at that because we only received them yesterday.
Okay, no, then I understand.
Yes, Chair.
Chair, just to be clear, am I going to get a copy of that first report from you so that I can look at it? Because I don't have.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, that. Ms. Laney, you may want to answer this question, and I want to make my concluding remarks, because what we see is of the 4 executives, only one comes back. In circumstances that would have allowed all 4 executives to come back. And when he comes back, Mr. Koko, he is alleged to have then engaged in certain transactions that facilitated the awarding of contracts to Tegeta, to McKinsey, Trillion. And that was the purpose for him coming back. What is your comment to that?
Chairperson, that certainly isn't how I understood it at the time.
Yes.
That certainly isn't how I understood it and why I understood him coming back.
No, that's fine, on the one hand. On the other hand is that this is the very person who was in fact behind the suspensions. Ms. Daniel says she met with him at Melrose Arch, in fact having been called by him. Ms. Nonkululeko Dlamini testified yesterday as well that Mr. Koko had called her, said, provide me with your CV. This is before the day of the suspension. And they meet.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Slega. I think you didn't complete the first part relating to Ms. Daniels with the part that's really important.
Okay.
Ms. Daniels testified that he was called by Mr. Koko to meet with him at Melrose Arch, and she says they met, I think, at a certain restaurant, but from there, Mr. Koko took her to certain offices where the two of them met Mr. Salim Essa, who said to Ms. Daniel something along the lines, what does one do if one wants to suspend an executive at ESCOM, or what is the procedure for suspending executives at ESCOM, and actually went on to tell both Ms. Daniels and Mr. Coco that there were certain executives who were going to be suspended the following day at ESCOM, because I think they were meeting on the 10th, if I'm not mistaken, 10th of March. And that I think the names may have been mentioned or their portfolios, but one of the things that Ms. Daniels
The names were mentioned, Chair.
Ms. Daniels said is that Mr. Coco's name was mentioned by Mr. Salim as also one of the people to be suspended. And she says she looked at Mr. Coco, and Mr. Coco didn't show any reaction of being concerned or surprised or anything. And then Ms. Lamini gave evidence and said on the 10th of March, she got a call from Mr. Coco, who wanted him or her to go to meet with him, I think at Melrose Arch as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, Chair.
Yes, at Melrose Arch. And she was not available to go there because she was occupied in a certain session. But he then asked her to give him her CV. And then later in the evening, the two of them did meet. And because Mr. Gogo had not received her CV, he asked her to send it to a certain email address. And he did say to her that there were certain executives who would be suspended, and she, that is Ms. Lamini, could be asked to act in one of the positions. So the person that on the 11th meets with you, that is Mr. Coco, who seems very surprised and angry at the news that he might be suspended, is not exactly, according to this evidence, the same person. That's not the same reaction that he seemed to have shown the day before when he and Ms. Daniels met with Mr. Salim Essa, and Mr. Salim Essa said he would be suspended. So you have that scenario. So when Mr. Selega puts this to you, that you end up allowing Mr. Coco back, whereas the other executives go, it's against that background. Okay.
I completely understand, Chair, and I completely understand. And all I can say is,
Yes.
I think somebody's going to write a book about us one day.
Well,
Sorry.
Ms. Molefe also corroborates in a certain way Ms. Lamini's evidence about her having received a call from Mr. Coco, because she says they were in the same session that day on the 10th of March, and at some stage, I think around about lunchtime, Ms. Lamini approached her and told her that Mr. Coco had phoned her asking that she should go to a meeting at Melrose Arch. And she said, that is Ms. Molefe, no, you can't go because we are busy. Tell Mr. Coco to phone me if he wants to talk to me about it, or something to that effect. You
I
understand?
hear, Chairperson, and
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, Mr. Selega, I might not have put your question the way you wanted to, the angle, so feel free to put it to her in the angle you wanted.
Yeah. Well, I think the chair has done it, and Ms. Klein, confronted with these facts, and the commission having been established because of some of these facts, you look at that, and as I said, the circumstances that lead to him coming back are no different from Tsulufelo Molefe's circumstances, than Marokani's circumstances. Mr. Matona, who actually is taking you to court, says, I want a relief to reinstate me. But none of that shakes the board to do what it does in regard to Mr. Kuku. Do you have any comment to the chairperson on that?
Chairperson, all I want to say is, and I'm sure you are going to have other people coming, I'm not sure on the same topic, but I would like you to test, please, with the other board members, who pushed the hardest for Mr. Koko not to come back. I would like you to please test that going forward.
Yes. You remember I said to you earlier on, it is possible that we may have, ESCOM may have had a board which, as a body, wanted the executives back or had no problem if the executives came back, but had individuals within the board who did not want the executives to come back. That's one scenario. Another scenario could be that the entire board, or the majority of the board at least, didn't want them back. So there are those possible scenarios. Yeah.
Agree, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And and one really needs to understand the fiduciary duties of the board. What role does the board play in this regard? Because we see yourself in your affidavit saying to the chairperson, I was mandated to get these opinions. But you say it was your personal discomfort. So it's a little bit confusing there, but that's what you do nonetheless. But you do so only in respect of Mr. Koko. And the question is, exactly what was going on in your mind when you go out of your way, in your discomfort, to have this man accommodated and ensure that there are no legal repercussions to ESCOM vis-à-vis the other members?
Chairperson, at the time when the calls were made, when I was asked, because of my discomfort, which I'm sure you will navigate or interrogate with other witnesses, at that time, there'd already been conclusions reached with every one of the other three.
You know, Ms. Klein, on the evidence that I have had and on some of the things that I'm reading, affidavits and so on, one gets the impression, maybe it's not, it's more than an impression, that actually probably it's not an impression. The decision or the idea that there should be an inquiry at ESCOM and that certain executives must be suspended came from outside of ESCOM. It seems quite clear, you know.
I agree with that, Chairperson.
Yeah. Now, the question that arises is, with whom did it originally originate? Who came up with this idea? And to whom did he or she sell this idea until it came to the Durban meeting, until it came to the board on the 9th and on the 11th? Who outside of ESCOM originally came up with this idea? And what was his or her agenda? It is possible that some of the members of the board knew quite well by the meeting of the 11th where the idea came from and who was really behind this idea, but they had no problem pursuing that idea. It is possible that among the board members, there were some who did not know these things, who did not know where this idea really came from, who only knew what was said at the meeting and what they were told by Mr. Tsotsi and by Mr. Nick Linnell. And it is possible that among the board members, there may have been some who were misled. There may have been some who may have genuinely thought that that there was no other agenda other than trying to fix problems at ESCOM. But the moment you hear that on the 10th, Mr. Koko called Ms. Daniels and took her to a meeting with Mr. Salim Essa. Now, if that part of Ms. Daniels' evidence is true, then it paints a different picture. And if the evidence that, her evidence that Mr. Salim Essa told her that there were some executives who would be suspended, and he seems to have known the names already, and was asking what procedure should be followed at ESCOM if they wanted to suspend, if you want to suspend an executive. Obviously, it's very worrying. And of course, you have, if Ms. Lamini's evidence is correct, then you have Mr. Koko approaching Ms. Lamini and asking her to go to meet him at Melrose Arch. And of course, I think Mr. Selega read Mr. Koko's affidavit where he denies, I think, having called Ms. Lamini on the 10th, as alleged by Ms. Lamini. But the investigators have found cell phone records from which it would appear that that day alone, Mr. Koko tried numerous times to reach Ms. Lamini and ultimately reached her only twice, but the other times he seems to have tried and not succeeded, if those cell phone records are correct. And then I've had evidence when Dr. Ngubane was giving evidence here, that when he was acting chairperson or chairperson at some stage, he received from Mr. Salim, I don't know whether it was Mr. Salim Essa or Mr. Howard, who sent a document to Dr. Ngubane at ESCOM in which he was effectively saying the board should make the following resolutions and the resolutions were about how the board should, what position the board should take with regard to certain newspapers which had written certain articles. And Dr. Ngubane admitted that he put that to the board and the board went along. So you may well have had a board here which was being controlled from outside and was not acting in the best interests of ESCOM. And in that context, it may be that there were some members of the board who knew exactly what was happening, who knew the agenda, and there may well have been other members who were not privy to all of those agendas, but who went along for whatever reason. So that's a picture that seems to be emerging. Do you want to say anything about it?
No, Chairperson, I can't add to that. I think
All right.
everything that we've heard so far, I can't add. I cannot disagree with anything that you've said.
Chairperson, Mr. Koko, in fact, admits I called her on the day and we met for dinner in the evening at Midrand.
He seems to admit the call that led to the meeting, but my recollection is that he didn't seem to admit the earlier call during the day, or does he?
I deny that I called her to Midrand, to Melrose Arch.
Oh, but on his version, does it look like he only admits one call to her? Or,
You could say that from here.
yeah,
I called her on the day and we met for dinner in the evening at Midrand.
yes.
I deny that I called her to come to Melrose
Oh,
Arch.
okay, okay.
Yes.
So it may be that what he's saying is, I called her once, but the purpose of the call was to invite her for dinner. It could mean that I'm not saying I called her once. I'm saying whatever times I called her, it was not for asking her to go to Melrose Arch, but it was for dinner.
Indeed.
But of course, Ms. Lamine has said that he never called her for dinner, and they did not have dinner.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah. They
Correct.
met for about 20 minutes at KFC or McDonald's, and that was all.
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
May I add to that, Ms. Klein, because in regard to the acting appointments,
Yes.
the board itself, you will recall the minute it makes that, the acting appointments seem to have had a meeting beforehand with the acting CE, which at the time is Mr. Sitembe Koza, I believe, before the suspensions were made, before they could be appointed to act. You recall that night?
So are you asking me if I recall?
Yeah, I recall the minute, what is recorded in that minute. I think it's the 19th of March.
Just help me, Chairperson.
I'll help you.
Yeah, please.
I'll help you.
Are you asking whether she recalls having seen something along those lines in the minutes, or are you asking her whether she recalls that that is what happened, or are you asking her whether she recalls both?
I'm asking, in fact, for both, and the question, obviously you could answer on a step-by-step basis. The first thing is, you recall that being minuted by the board in a board meeting, and secondly, that you recall that that is said to have happened.
No, I don't recall. So if you can just read it to me, please, because I went through quite a lot of the minutes, but I don't recall a meeting, if I understood it correctly, where people met prior to, is that in what you say is in a board meeting?
Okay, let's see whether you can answer the second question.
Okay.
Do you know that that had happened?
No, I'm not aware that there was a meeting.
What is that?
Which is that
Prior meeting.
the people who were subsequently appointed to act had had a meeting beforehand with the acting CE.
Chairperson,
With who?
With the acting CEO, Chairperson.
Who was the acting CE again?
That was Mr. Sitembe Khoza.
And what date would that have been when they met with with him? I thought they were supposed to have met with somebody at Melrose Arch on the 10th of March.
Correct, Chairperson. That is the allegation made.
okay.
Okay. Do you know
No, Chairperson.
anything along those lines?
No, I don't. And that's why I'm saying, just read to me in the minutes, because I don't remember being at a meeting where that was discussed.
Yes, okay.
No, Ms. Lane, you were there again, the 19th of March 2015. That's where the board decides to take disciplinary action against Mr. Tutsi.
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
There, in that meeting, it is noted the people who were acting in place of the suspended executives were allegedly called into a meeting and knew beforehand that they would be acting.
Well, that does not say with whom they allegedly met, does it say?
You know, I can carry on, Chairperson.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the first part. The board needed to find out how this happened. They were apparently called into a meeting and the acting CE met with them. So we put this to
Yeah,
Mr.
that would certainly be different from what I understood to have happened on the 10th. I understood that the people who were going to act in the positions of the executives were called to a meeting at Melrose Arch. I'm under the impression, maybe wrongly, that they would have met with Mr. Salim Essa there, maybe with Mr. Koko as well, but that might not necessarily be so. But I don't remember having had or noted that they had had a meeting with the acting CE. But if people are going to be appointed to act in a position, it's not unusual that they would be informed ahead of other people. If Mr. Selek, I think I'm going to fire you tomorrow. I would need to know whether I will have somebody to take your position. And therefore, I might talk to that person before I tell you about firing you, because I don't want to be in a situation where I fire you and then I can't find somebody to act in your position. So on the face of it, if they were meeting with the CE, let us say, for example, the day before their acting appointments were to be announced, that wouldn't be of concern to me, because I would take it that the board asked the CE to tell them. But if they were meeting with people from outside of ESCOM, with outside people, that is different.
Yes, Chair. Chair, I would have allowed Ms. Lane to explain to you who is the acting CE. Because,
Oh, okay.
because Ms. Lane explained to the Chair, as at 11 March 2015, before the suspensions, who is the CEO?
Before the suspensions, it's Sidiso Matona,
Yeah.
And after the suspensions, it became Zitembe Khosa.
He became acting CE.
That's correct, Chair.
So, Chair, when they are saying there was a meeting, now they are now on the 19th of March. They are talking, looking backward, and said people who were earmarked to act met beforehand. And when they were meeting with the person who is now the acting CE. At that time, he was also earmarked to act in the position of Mr. Matuna. So this meeting is taking place and the board wants to know, but how does this happen? That these people meet beforehand and they are told, which is not explicitly spelled out here, Ms. Glenn, you could assist the chairperson. And the chairperson, they might have been that meeting, which is the chairperson referring to at Melrose Arch. The chairperson will recall Mr. Baloyi yesterday referred to Mr. Zitembe Khosa saying he met with officials of the DPE. And now somebody has to explain to the commission what were the facts before the board at this stage when this minute was recorded. It may be a shorthand minute that you had more information than could be minuted here.
Well, let me first say, if Mr. Zitembe Khosa met with the people earmarked for appointment to act in the positions, if he met with them before he was told that he would be acting CE, that gives a different picture. But if he met with them after he had been told that he would be acting CE, and after he had been told maybe that these are the other people who would act in the different positions, then I wouldn't have any problem with that. But from what you say, and from the reaction of the board, it looks like the board had not told him that he would be acting CE at the time he met with them. Is that right? From what you read in the minutes?
Yes, from the impression from the minute, Ms. Lane, because this seems to be a concern of the board, it seems to be that, Chairperson, that
They were surprised.
that the board itself is surprised.
Yes. Do you remember that anything like that in the meeting?
Chairperson, on the 19th, I must admit the one thing that stands out for me on the 19th is a couple of things. Remember, this is now not a normal situation. There's noise, there's all kinds of stuff you're dealing with. So I must admit, Chairperson, that for me wasn't something that stuck in my mind. The one thing that stuck in two things in my mind in that meeting was the one that Mr. Tsotsi was going to be talking to me about something that I as a board member refused to sign on the 19th. And the other thing was the whole issue around the leakage of the information in the media that was coming at us. So if it was something that I ought to have paid more attention to, I did not. Then that's something, and I mean, we are talking about 5 years ago now. So I cannot remember, look, if I'm in the meeting, but remember ESCOM at that stage, there were allegations flying all over the place. You didn't know what to deal with first. So maybe if I had a recording of that particular meeting, it would maybe make it a little bit easier for me to respond to, a little bit more conclusively to what.
So you can't deny that that was said, but you simply say you can't remember hearing that being said.
I can't remember wanting to react to something like that at that particular time.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it wasn't, because if it's in the minute, it clearly was there. But how it got there, who said it, what the reaction was, how much time was spent in it, that is the part I'm struggling to be able to answer at this stage, Chairperson.
Yeah, this is, by the way, the same meeting where the board referred to the letters of the suspended executives, including the CE, and that the company secretary should prepare responses to those letters. It was the same meeting. But this is what we were saying to you. It's the documentary evidence, the evidence of the witnesses who says, I was called, I went there. The board ministers, Ms. Lamini is told beforehand by Mr. Koko, there's a possibility that you will act. I possibly going to be suspended along with other executives. This is before the board meets on the 11th of March. This is before the board meets with the minister. This is before the board makes its decisions after the meeting with the minister. The board engages, after making these resolutions, with Mr. Nick Linnell to draft the media release, to draft the terms of reference. He's invited by Dr. Pet Naidu to the build program. He meets with Ms. Mabude in regard to the terms of reference. He's asked to assist PNG, and well, shortly thereafter, of course, he gets terminated. And it is said to be, he is going to coordinate an inquiry on the 11th, on the 12th, on the 13th, 14th, on the 17th, Ms. Klein, he refers to the chairperson to an email he received that says to him, we no longer need you to come to this meeting. Now, that grand terms of reference he had prepared, he says it's been rejected. This is in March. 20 April, you have appointed Dentons as the board to conduct again what you say it's an inquiry. It has nothing to do with the conduct of the executives. That inquiry is said to, it will run for 3 months. However, Denton says we are stopped about 7 weeks into the job. And we get a letter from the board saying, we are satisfied with your report. Give us, this will be accepted as the final report. They say their report is a midpoint report. You can't rely on these things because they haven't finalized their findings. You bring back Mr. Koko. Despite you, on your version, the Denton's report finds nothing, no wrongdoing. You say you go ahead, you take a step further to confirm with Denton's, and they say no wrongdoing against any of the executives. But it's a fact you knew beforehand. Only one person comes back. The 3 are separated from ESCOM despite their request to come back. One is even fighting litigation to come back. How is it that the board could not have realized that something must be amiss in this whole thing? How is it that you didn't realize something is amiss?
Chairperson, when you are in a situation where you've got bombs going off all around you, you've got load shedding, you've got no money, you've been told by your shareholder representative that you've got to move things along because things can't continue as they are. You've got the media shouting at you about decisions that you've made which are wrong. It's very difficult to look at anything outside of what you're sitting with in front of you. So to ask me if there was anything that was obviously wrong, I would say yes, there was a lot that was obviously wrong. For myself, I can't talk for the board members, for myself,
Are you saying this was wrong?
yes.
This is what I have narrated to you. Are you saying that was wrong?
Maybe let her continue.
Yeah.
We'll see at the end whether she's talking about that. She says,
Yes.
yes, there was a lot that was
There was
obviously
a
wrong.
lot that was
At
wrong.
some stage, she will tell us whether it includes what you have said.
We have to then make decisions based on what we've got in front of us. Remember, there's all kinds of things that have now come out of the woodwork about who knew what and who spoke to who and who did what. At that stage, for those of us who were keeping our heads down and trying to solve the problems, that's what we thought. That's not we, let me talk for myself. That's what I thought we were doing. Obviously, with everything that I've heard up to now, affidavits and what's come out of the reports and what's come out of parliamentary inquiry, maybe I could have been a little bit more vigilant. But let me say this to you, Chairperson. My family hardly ever saw me. It's not indicated in the minutes. But I, most nights, went home at 12 o'clock. Because you became so involved in operational trying to solve different problems. So, should we have been more vigilant, Chairperson? I suppose the answer is today, absolutely yes. Should we have seen more? Yes. Did we know that there were strings being pulled from maybe one agenda, two agenda? I don't know. All I can say to you is, I believe that with what I had at that stage, I thought we were busy with the right thing.
Now, having heard some of the evidence that has come out here, some of it came out in the portfolio committee in Parliament, and maybe based on whatever else you may have read, looking back, do you not believe that there probably were people outside of ESCOM who were influencing decisions that were being taken by the board of ESCOM?
Chairperson, I have no doubt of that, based on what I know today.
Yes,
Based on what I know today, I have no doubt of that.
yes, yes. The report, the Denton's report, Mr. Selega was reading from somewhere that Denton's say they were told they had 3 months to investigate. I guess it probably means investigate and submit their report. But they say 7 weeks into that 3 months, they were told to stop and prepare a report. Now, do you know what justification the board had for asking Denton's to stop their investigation after only 7 months of investigation, when the same board had thought the investigation warranted 3 months? Do you know what justification the board had for stopping them so early into their investigation?
Chairperson, I can only tell you what I've heard from ARC at the time, because I wasn't a member of ARC at that stage. What I was told, or what the board was told, is that whatever was coming out of the inquiry, the investigations at the time, were not matters that were unknown to ESCOM. These were matters that were known to ESCOM. My understanding is that that is when the board said, the board I believe was ARC, but we can confirm that Then take out the uncorroborated pieces, because if we were to come out with a report which wasn't fully ventilated and fully investigated, we could find ourselves being sued by those people mentioned based on just an allegation. That's my understanding from ARC. So if you ask me why were they stopped within 7 weeks, I can only tell you what the board was told. And the board was told that there was nothing coming out of the investigation other than the stuff that the board already knew. That's why it was cut short.
You see, that's worrying to me, because one of the executives who was suspended, it may have been Mr. Ben Marokane.
Correct.
He says, I think in one of the letters he wrote to the board or to the chairperson of the board, or maybe he said so only in his evidence, but I think he said so in one of his letters. He says, but there have been a lot of investigations before. Maybe it's not him, but one of the executives said, when I heard about this thing that we were going to be suspended because there was to be an inquiry or an investigation, my reaction was, but there have been lots of investigations at ESCOM. We know, you know. So you have a situation where, one, this new board goes along with an idea which comes from outside of ESCOM to have an inquiry. They do so at a time when one is tempted to say they probably still need some time to understand exactly what's going on at ESCOM, because ESCOM is quite, I think, a complex, you know, entity. So this idea comes from outside of ESCOM. It gets sold to them. They are still new. They go along with it. People who have worked at ESCOM for a long time, people with technical know-how of ESCOM, these executives, or at least one of them, thinks, but hang on, there have been, we have got reports, there have been investigations before, but this board goes on, and it says we'll need 3 months for this investigation. But 7 weeks into the 3 months, they say stop. That's strange, but here is another angle. And I haven't looked, Mr. Selega might have looked, how in terms of time frames, the timing. One wonders whether the idea that the investigation should be stopped 7 months into the investigation doesn't coincide with the fact that the board members know that the 3 executives are going. The 3 executives are going. And maybe this whole idea of an inquiry was an excuse to get rid of these executives, pretend as if Mr. Koko is also being suspended, is being put in the same position as the 3 executives. But actually that's not the case, because he knows about the whole plan. If Ms. Daniel's evidence is true about that meeting on the 10th, if Ms. Lamini's evidence is true, he knows about the whole plan, and actually he seems to be part, if that evidence is true, of plans as to who should act, who should not act. And the 3 executives are kicked out, even when some of them say, I actually am not wanting to talk about leaving ESCOM. Somehow they are told, no, let's talk about you leaving. They get given a lot of money. Mr. Koko remains. Then, after some time, maybe a month or so, after that, Mr. Brian Molefe from Transnet is brought to ESCOM to be CEO, acting CEO. And that's about April 2015.
That's correct, Chairperson.
October 2015, October 23, 2015, I've had evidence from Mr. Jonas that at that time, when he had a meeting with somebody from the Guptas, who seems to have been Tony Gupta, that person told him, Mr. Jonas, then Deputy Minister of Finance, that we have a number of people who are working with us. And he mentioned some of them. And Brian Molefe is one of them. Miss Lynn Brown is another one. I think he mentions one or two others. Mr. Jonas says to me when he gave evidence, he says, the Gupta brother who met with me in that meeting told me that these people are working with them. And he even said, Mr. Brian Molefe's career is well taken care of, or something to that effect, or words to that effect, is well taken care of. And then Mr. Anuj Singh, who was CFO at Transnet, gets also moved to ESCOM follows Mr. Brian Molefe. Mr. Dr. Ben Ngubane says in his affidavit before this commission, he says he knows how Mr. Brian Molefe got seconded to ESCOM, but he says he doesn't know how Mr. Anuj Singh ended up at ESCOM. So you have a situation where the chairperson at the time doesn't know how the CFO, somebody was taken from Transnet to be CFO at ESCOM, how he got there. So you have this situation that people seem to be pushed out. When there's no wrongdoing alleged against them, they get given a lot of money. One person remains behind, and within a month or 6 weeks or whatever, or 2 months, people are taken from another entity, SOE, and brought in here who take certain positions. Of course, I've had evidence of some of the things that are alleged to have been done by them at ESCOM. They will still come and give evidence and put their side of the story. Maybe when they've given their side of the story, one will get a different picture. But on the evidence that so far has been given, that's part of the picture that seems to emerge. I know I've said too much, but you might wish to say something, but it just does seem to say to one when one looks at this picture, this whole issue about an inquiry may have been simply an excuse to get rid of certain executives so that they would make way for certain individuals to be brought in, and maybe once the board knew, or those of the members of the board who knew what the agenda was, once they knew that these executives were going, there was no point in continuing with the investigation, so it could be stopped before it could really finish its job.
Yeah, Chairperson, I think you've said a lot, and one doesn't want to take anything away from how you view it at this point in time. Short of saying that, obviously, if one was not in the know and you were doing the best job that you could, that's what you did. And load shedding was a big thing for us at that stage. Everybody wanted load shedding to end. But I'm sure I'm not going to add to it. You've given us where where your thoughts are right now.
Mr. Slur?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, that reason for cancellation of the Denton's investigation, Ms. Lane, it's a very significant one. And the chairperson is addressing this issue by reference to Mr. Marukani. It's in fact him who writes on the 18th of March 2015. And specifically what the chairperson recalls is that I implemented performance management to include lower levels to ensure that everyone is doing what is required and priorities were necessary. Now, the board had celebrated the first achievement of Medupi power plant. The Medupi achieved its first integrated project schedule since the project was started in 2007. He says he gets suspended nonetheless. There's a minute where the board says the minister would have liked to be invited to occasions like this so that they can celebrate with the board. I'm paraphrasing. But this is the point the chairperson is saying. He says in the next paragraph, all of the above elements were identified as crucial by a number of independent reviews conducted by external parties, which reviews were done on behalf of the board. During my tenure as Group Capital Executive, I created meaningful and tangible progress in the execution of various projects, which saw in particular the delivery of the first unit of Medupi achieved 1 week prior to my suspension. But the chairperson was emphasizing the reviews already done by external persons. And then he says when he concludes, if the board has an absolutely genuine desire to get to the heart of all of ESCOM's problems, understand how those problems came about, and how they were over time handled and mishandled, and what ESCOM needs to do in order to overcome the challenges, I am willing to cooperate with independent investigation. When he's here, he says to the chairperson, but the board didn't know the issues. I knew the issues, I've been here. There was nothing new, Mr. Matuna himself says that. And it's so interesting when you say, Ms. Lane, the basis for the board to stop the investigation is that the board said nothing new is coming out of it.
And that goes back to a question that I raised both with you and I think with Mr. Madonna and Dr. Ngubane, if I'm not mistaken, earlier on to say, I don't understand the need for the suspension of the executives in circumstances where the board says the investigation is not into any allegations of wrongdoing on their part. And I was saying, if there is a genuine desire to find a solution, how do you exclude the people who work with this all the time, who are the leaders? How do you exclude them? Of course, I was told, well, they would still be interviewed even if they were outside. But it goes back to that question. So you then say, 7 months into the investigation, it is stopped by the board. It is stopped because it is said what's coming out is nothing new. And one of the executives seems to have thought exactly that really there are reports, there have been investigations. We know what you are going to find. But because they were pushed out in the way in which they seem to have been pushed out, this is what happened. And then the board realizes really there's nothing new, so we should stop. But maybe the board realized, or some of those members of the board who may have known what the agenda was, realized, look, the whole point about the inquiry was so that we could suspend these and get them out. They are out now. Why should we waste time with this, with this? So we can stop it. It may be that it is not like that, but one can't resist the temptation to think along those lines.
Chairperson, I just want to add one thing. I mean, I can't take away from anything that either you or Advocate Seleka said. I can't, because I mean, I can't argue what is developing. I want to, however, just add that the idea of the inquiry, not the suspension, the idea of the inquiry also came from the war room. I think it's got to be, one's got to understand, for me in any event, you were getting inputs from various groupings. I mean, here we've heard from Mr. Linnell about stuff that happened much higher up. We've heard about other people being involved, but you had a war room, and the war room, Chairperson, I must say, in their minutes, also called for an inquiry. Sure, I mean, it didn't talk about suspensions, but it also called for an inquiry. Now, I'm not sure what the basis of that was, but there was also a call for an inquiry from the war room. That's really the only thing I can add on to.
Yes, no, it would be important if one could find minutes to that effect, because I certainly haven't had that part.
Yes.
But Mr. Tsotsi did say that when he was told at the Durban meeting about the idea that there should be an inquiry into the affairs of Eskom, that resonated with him because he had himself thought about the idea of an inquiry. That's what he said, you know. So it was easy for him to go along with that part. The part which he said he found difficult was the suspension of the executives. But whatever, what we do know is that Mr. Tsotsi was called to a meeting in Durban by Ms. Myeni, according to Mr. Tsotsi's version, to meet with the former president, Mr. Zuma, and he came, and at that meeting, the idea of an inquiry was raised, as well as the suspension of the executives. Whether either the then president or Ms. Myeni had got the idea of an inquiry from the war room or from somebody who was associated with the war room, we don't know. But I've also seen Ms. Lynn Brown's affidavit, who makes it clear that he knew nothing about the Durban meeting. She makes that clear. And that's strange if the minister responsible knew nothing about the plans for that meeting, but Ms. Dudu Myeni, who had nothing to do with Eskom, was the one coordinating and calling everybody to the meeting. And of course, according to Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, when they met with Mr. Zuma in that meeting, according to them, it was clear that Mr. Zuma knew the issues that were being discussed. So the idea of an inquiry that was being pursued by the board was the idea that was raised at the Durban meeting. Whether before it went to the Durban meeting, it had been to the war room, or it came from somewhere else, we don't know. Okay.
Yes. Ms. Lane,
Yes, sir.
the war room issue, yes, the chairperson is correct. You're raising it for the first time that the war room also had contemplated an inquiry. And it's very strange because when Mr. Tsotsi met with the board on the 9th of March, Mr. Matuna says, I'm confused. You are telling us that the president wants an inquiry into Eskom's affairs, but cabinet, which is headed by the same president, has decided that there should be a war room, and it's conducting this, essentially an investigation to help Eskom turn around its situation. So he says, how can the president, when he's in cabinet, speaks with one voice? When he's out of it, he speaks with another voice. So it's difficult to say, I mean, that the war room itself would have wanted an inquiry when Mr. Matona spoke along those lines.
Let me respond this way to you, Chairperson. I'm actually making the comment on the war room based on the minute of the 9th. Remember, I wasn't there on the 9th. My understanding of what Mr. Matona said, unless I read it wrong, was that I didn't understand him to mean that here's an inquiry. I understood him to mean, but the war room has also called for an inquiry. So then maybe, then Chairperson, then let me just go and reread, and maybe Chairperson come back to you on that. Because the point I made on the war room was specific to my reading of the minute of the 9th. So let me rather just go, and remember you've given me a recording as well. So let me go and reread and revisit that.
Yes, no, you do have the recording, you do have the transcript. So it is there in the
Do you want me to
transcript
do it
and the
now,
record.
or do you want us to?
No, you don't have, you can do it now. But that's
No,
what,
I'll come back to it, because
Yeah,
Chair,
that's
I
fine.
may have misunderstood what I read there.
Yes.
But I understood that to mean Mr.
Yeah.
Matona is saying,
Yeah, no, you can.
but I can come back to you, let me clarify,
Yeah.
and then I can maybe
Yes.
just.
Yes,
Um,
maybe
that's-
it might be an affidavit where you
Yeah,
clarify
yeah,
it.
I will do that.
that's the one thing, but I want to come specifically to you, Ms. Lane. You have said in your affidavit, and you've said this to the chairperson when you were here before, that you supported the departure of Mr. Matona because he didn't have a plan. He didn't have a handle on the turnaround. In your affidavit, you say that, but to the chairperson, he didn't have a plan.
Yes, yes, Chairperson.
But Ms. Lane, you were in the meeting of the 11th prior to the meeting with the minister. You were in that meeting. Mr. Matona presented his report. And the minutes read, the CE had developed a turnaround, past perfect tense, developed a turnaround plan which was being updated and put onto a firm foundation. The initial presentation had been used at the board induction and presented to the deputy president. The CE was in the process of engaging labor and the trade unions. Staff morale was a serious challenge that was being explored. He stated that the turnaround strategy considered all initiatives and tabled them at the war room for consideration. At the last war room meeting with the deputy president, Eskom had advised that they had responded to all requests for information from the war room and had requested that management be advised of any gaps. At this point, the chairman was excused from the meeting, that's Mr. Tsutsi, to meet with the minister of PE. Ms. Klein took over as acting chairman. This is mentioned just before you take over as acting chairman.
Chairperson, I maintain my position, which is I had no confidence in the CEO. Can I just quickly come
Yes.
with? I completely support what you say, because that's exactly what is minuted. However, the full turnaround strategy had never been presented to the board. In part, it is saying there he had developed it and he was updating it. The first time the full strategy gets presented to the board is at the next board meeting. So the full strategy had not been presented to the board. So I'm still sitting here and I've given you my views,
Yes.
not anybody else's, about that I had no confidence in the
Yes,
CEO.
but I think Mr. Selega's point is this. When the minister arrived on the 11th, as I understand the position, Mr. Matona had not finished presenting his plan. He was interrupted by the fact that the minister had arrived and the board had to meet with the minister. That's my understanding at least. In other words, therefore, one, he had not finished. Two, the board had not had a chance to digest his plan and engage him. Now, against that background, the question that arises is, how could you not have confidence in him at that stage before you could listen to the whole plan?
Chairperson, my understanding of what Mr. Matona was presenting that day was a CEO update. It was not the turnaround strategy.
But even if it was not the turnaround strategy, he had been appointed as Group CEO, I think with effect from sometime in October or beginning of November, I can't remember, or beginning of October, beginning of November. That's when he was appointed. So would this not be a situation where even if he had not yet come up with a turnaround strategy, given the shortness of the period within which he had been at ESCOM, that would be understandable. And he should therefore be given a chance to come up with a turnaround strategy.
Chairperson, I think I've explained my perspective to you the last time. The world I come from, a CEO earning 500,000 Rand a month, comes in, doesn't look at all the problems of the past and start immediately turning things around. The piece that Advocate Seleka read is 100% correct. I referred to it the last time I was here to say that he was in the process of it. He was developing it, so it doesn't take away, you may have a different view on it, but my position, where I was at, given that we were on a burning platform, we needed to move. And I felt that we were not moving fast enough.
You see, you may be saying, in your view, even that period that I say was short, was long enough for somebody who is paid so much money, if he was worth that amount, to have prepared a turnaround strategy and have it ready. You might be saying that, and I can't necessarily say that's not true. I'm not sure, but on the face of it, it just seemed to me that given the fact that he was appointed so late in the year, and given the Christmas, December, January holidays, it may be that it's unfair to expect that by early March he would have completed a turnaround strategy, particularly because I imagine that if such a strategy was to be successful, he would have had to get a buy-in from various units within ESCOM and maybe even stakeholders, I'm not sure. There had been no board which maybe could have approved that strategy if he needed to present it to a board to approve it before he could use it. I'm not sure. This board had its induction mid-January. They were appointed in December. It seems to me that there may be room for saying, given all of this, maybe it was not be fair to expect that by early March he would have had a strategy that had had the buy-in of all concerned. But you might say the world in which you have operated is different. Forget about holidays. When there's a job to be done, you get into the job. You should have done A, B, C, D, and have the strategy, the turnaround strategy ready by the time of the induction of the new board. So,
Yes.
so you feel free to say that is
That is what I'm saying.
That is what
Chairperson.
you are saying. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that has raised a new concept, which is that you don't have confidence in him. But what you were saying to the chairperson is that he didn't have a turnaround strategy. And I was showing you that minute, which actually says the contrary.
Then, Chairperson, my point last time round was to say that he didn't have a completed strategy. Did I not say completed?
No, you didn't say completed, yeah.
I said completed. I said he was busy developing a strategy.
I
That,
think-
those were my
oh,
words.
Yeah, you said that, yeah,
Those were my words.
yeah.
So, which we've just read now, that's exactly what is in that as well. But I think the question that I was asked was that he was stopped when the minister came in. He was busy giving us his CEO update at the time,
Yes, okay.
which had to do with the development of the
Of the strategy, okay,
Yes.
okay.
Then to the chairperson's point, so he's not given a chance to do that. The settlement agreements with Mr. Matona and Den Marokani are both in May 2015. Respectively, Matona 15 May 2015, Den Marokani 28 May 2015. And here's the narrative, Ms. Klein, that now the board knows these people are out of the way. Now suddenly the board realizes the investigation has nothing, it's not about anything new. We know this thing. They are in June. They don't need this investigation. The impression is the board now knows they have achieved the objective. They go along with Mr. Lick Linnell. They dump him after 7 days. A month later, they appoint Dentons. The executives are on suspension.
Actually, please don't forget your line of thought, Mr.
Yes.
Selega. The one part which you have not mentioned even before you come to the appointment of the Dentons, which I was going to raise with you in due course, is Mr. Tsotsi is himself kicked out by this board. And Mr. Tsotsi testified before me to the effect that around about beginning of February, around the days of the State of the Nation address in 2015, he was called by Minister Lynn Brown to a meeting where she said to him, Chairperson, I'm getting complaints that you are interfering in operational matters or something like that. You must stop that, or otherwise I'll find somebody else to do your job. Mr. Tsotsi says later that day, same day, maybe a few hours later, he got a call from Mr. Tony Gupta. I think he asked him to come for a meeting with him. And at that meeting, Mr. Tony Gupta said to him, Chairperson, you are not assisting us. We are the ones who put you into this position. We can take you out. Within 2 months thereafter, this board has kicked Mr. Tsotsi out. It has kicked out these 3 executives. It has kept Mr. Koko. It kicks out Mr. Tsotsi against this background of this evidence, which has at least not so far been denied. And it stops the investigation. It stops the investigation. And of course, I mean, there is the issue of Mr. Brian Molefe and Anuj Singh being taken from Transnet and brought to ESCOM. And of course, later, I've had evidence about some of the things they are alleged to have done at ESCOM, which are alleged to have benefited certain people. So I said, don't forget your line, but I thought you may have forgotten the Tsotsi matter, namely his being kicked out against the background of what had been told to him by Minister Brown according to his evidence and by Tony Gupta according to his evidence.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yes, the Chair has added the foreground to that, because along with Mr. Linnell, there's a deep dive investigation, but he's removed. He can't even finish his terms of reference. He talks about his meeting with Ms. Mabuda at Mr. Tsotsi's house, and Ms. Mabuda this time around has shows a cooling of enthusiasm according to Mr. Linnell. But the executives are suspended. The board then, a month later, appoints Dentons. It stops that investigation. Midpoint, Denton says, it pays Dentons over 17 million for working a little over 6 weeks. But Ms. Klein, and I'm stopped there because I'm putting a pause, because you say this was a company without money. And here you sat on the board that approved the payment of a little over 6 weeks' work, which you stopped midpoint, of 17 million rand. And then the executives are paid a total. And we haven't touched on whether they were paid for their pensions, which is not mentioned. So these figures we're talking might be even more.
Well, the executives, it seems, are paid not less than 18 million rand, all of them, the three. So if you say 18 million rand to the executives, 17 million rand to Dentons, you are going to what, 35 million? This is the board of an entity that is said to be in serious financial trouble. And this investigation, for which they pay so much, is stopped immediately within 7 weeks. Lots of money is given to the executives. For what? To allow them to go. To allow them to go. That is what it seems to be.
Chairperson, all I can say to you is that we were running an operation of about, what did we call it? 4 billion rand, with a buffer of 4 billion, which was 1 month's turnaround. The ESCOM numbers are huge. It was costing us 30 million rand a day, an hour to run that business. There was a budget received of 20 million for running Denton's inquiry. For you to ask me why we stopped it after 7 weeks, I've given you the answer that I know. If there was a different answer, maybe you need to bring different people to give that answer. The only answer I know, which is the answer that was provided by Audit and Risk, was that what was coming out of Denton's was nothing new. And now, remember, I'm not chairperson of Audit and Risk. But when we talk about 20 million for a company that doesn't have money and 18 million for suspended executives, chairperson, we were running a business with a turnover of 340 billion. These were huge numbers. So whilst in the context of the discussion today, it is big. If you had looked at ESCOM's complete salary bill, for example, it was, the numbers we spoke about was negligible. I suppose what you're asking me is, do we feel that we wasted the money? Maybe that's the point.
it goes back to, was there a good reason? Was there a good reason to get rid of the executives? Was there a good reason to pay the executives the amount that they were paid? And then you ask yourself the question, were there good reasons to bring in this investigation and spend 17 million rand? Or was all of this simply an excuse? Was it part of an agenda to achieve certain things? Some people might have known about, maybe others might not have known about. That's the context.
And I can't add to anything you've said, Chairperson.
Yes,
I just
yes.
think that I've been asked the question and I've given you the best answer I can give you.
No, you have, and I think you can't add. I think the reason why one keeps on coming back to it is because the more you think about it, the more you really get very concerned.
I understand.
Yeah. But at some stage, Mr. Selega, I think I would like to hear what Ms. Clay has to say about whether the charges that were preferred against Mr. Tsotsi and that whole thing, whether that was justified, that was genuine, or whether charges had to be found because he needed to go according to certain people. And of course, maybe not everybody in the board might have been privy to any agenda.
Yes, Chair.
But I just mentioned that
So that I don't
at some
forget it.
stage you might deal with
Yes,
that.
so that I don't forget it, Chair. And we add to this cost, Ms. Klein, the legal costs that would have been incurred, Bowman's being sought to give a legal opinion about keeping somebody, whether or not to keep somebody on suspension or whether or not there's wrongdoing against him, when the board knew that Denton's was not investigating any wrongdoing against them. But if I go to the main thing, is that the impression created is that the investigation was a sham because it was never in fact undertaken. There was a purpose, ulterior to ESCOM that was being pursued. Your comment on that?
Chairperson, I was part of a board who had agreed the inquiry. I was not part of audit and risk when it was stopped. I've given you the only answer I have, which was, what I was told as a board member is that things that were coming out were not unfamiliar, which is why at the time, that was the view. But I do feel, Chairperson, that you would need to bring the people who made the decision to stop
Yes,
to properly interrogate it. I mean, I cannot give you more.
Yeah.
And it may not be the answer that is being sought right now.
Yes.
But I cannot say to you, I stopped it and this is why, because I don't have that answer.
Yes. Okay,
Okay.
no, that's fine. Let me ask this question. Was the Denton's report used to any useful effect in the end by the board?
Absolutely, Chairperson. In fact, I've included in my affidavit the findings. Then what happened to the findings is it was broken up by different divisions and how the board on a regular basis through audit and risk used to get feedback on how progress had happened in each of the areas identified. I speak under correction, but I think there were like 72 areas identified, and each of those had to then go to different executives for plans to be put in place, and that was tracked on a regular basis by the board.
Now, I assume that if that is correct, if that's true, it may be that it's recommendations that they made that may have been used like that, as opposed to what they unearthed. Because you have told me that 7 weeks into the investigation, they were told to stop because what they were unearthing was what was known. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yeah. So it may have been just the recommendations.
Correct. What the board was working with were the recommendations out of the work that Denton's had prepared.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So can I ask a question on this, Ms. Klein? Because it's very ironic that the board says, ultimately, that's the board making that decision. Well, what we are getting from Denton's is nothing new. But you want to assert to the chairperson that there were recommendations that the board could use from that report, which gave you nothing new?
Chairperson, the recommendations that came out of Denton's, to answer your question, was taken, broken up into different departments, and that was then established as this is what the board is going to track. If that is considered to be nothing new, that we need to ask the executives. I'm a board member. I get given something which I am told by my ARC colleagues who looks at this. And I do feel, Chairperson, that you need to get the chairperson of ARC in here to ask these questions, because I'm answering this as a board member who didn't serve there at the time, but to the best of my recollection, this is the recommendations. I'm told from ARC there was nothing new, but these are the recommendations. The board then wants to see that these recommendations are now on a monthly basis tracked and that we get through to conclusion on the outstanding matters. But for me to sit and say to you now, well, but there was nothing new, but therefore the recommendations, I can't respond to that, Chairperson. I apologize. I think this is not where, I was not on audit and risks. That you need to ask them.
Yes, but of course, what you would be expected to have been interested in as a board member is whether the work of Denton's made any difference at ESCOM, whether the investigation or the recommendations ended up making a difference at ESCOM, because you would want to know, did the people we brought in as the board add value, to ESCOM? If they made recommendations, it's one thing to say different units must use those, but you would go beyond that, one would expect. In due course, say, give us a report. The implementation of those recommendations, how has it worked practically? How has it been helpful? That's the kind of thing one would expect board members to want a report on at some stage or another. Is that something you are not able to say?
No, I can respond to that, Chairperson.
Yes.
That is what I had attached to my affidavit, was to say these were the findings, and on a monthly basis, audit and risk used to sit, I think monthly basis or 6 weekly, to say, now executives give us feedback on each of these. But to reconcile that point back to, these are things that was known before, I cannot respond to that because I don't know what was known before or what wasn't. I'm talking about the recommendations that came out and that those were tracked. By the time I left ESCOM, I know that there were only 2 matters that had come out of the recommendations that were, I think, still open.
Okay.
But what it was, and was it a duplication of before, I think you'd need to ask that of the people who were involved directly with that piece of work.
Okay.
If the board did not interrogate what was given to it, Ms. Klein, as
We
it
are
sounds to be,
10 to 6.
as it sounds to be from your explanation to the chairperson, it gives the impression that the board would have failed in its fiduciary duties.
Chairperson, I do not agree with that. The question that I'm being asked is, were the recommendations, if it was known, was it the same? And I'm saying to you, I do not have the answer. We would need to go back to the people, number one, who wrote the letter to say, stop this because there's nothing new here.
And you didn't know what was known before?
I don't know what it was before. What I know was that the recommendations that came out here was then tracked on a monthly basis. But it would be interesting, I mean, if council is asking me, was it the same as before? I would suggest bring in the chairperson of ARC and let them give you the answer, because I cannot. I believe my fiduciary duty was fulfilled by here were recommendations, here was value for money according to me, and this is how we tracked the progress.
Okay.
Okay. Then this narrative continues, Ms. Lane, because then we see, after the board had acted together with Mr. Tsotsi,
Yes.
before the month ends, on the 19th of May, that's 11 March, you acted with him after the minister came there. Dr. Ngubane says, after the minister left, it was now clear that is the shareholder who wants the inquiry, the shareholder who wants the executive to step aside. 9 days later, you are sitting in a meeting of the board where you are resolving that Mr. Tsotsi must be charged. The first charge is that he procured the services of an external consultant, Mr. Nick Nenel, to provide consulting services to the company without following the company's prescribed procurement processes or information the board, or informing the board of his actions. But you agreed with him. Mr. Nick Lenell was invited to this, to the PNG, to ARC, by Dr. Ped Naidu to build program committee. How is it that the board charges Mr. Tsotsi with the very thing or conduct the board itself took part in it?
Chairperson, with due respect, my view, I don't believe that we invited look, I can't talk about the meetings he was invited to outside of the 11th. But on the 11th, Mr. Lenell came into that board meeting under false pretenses, my view. We were told that Nick Lenell had done work into the ongoings of ESCOM for months before, which could help us with the suspensions. Which is what, and Nick Lenell came to the 1448 meeting. In that transcript, you can hear me ask Mr. Lenell questions like, Mr. Lenell, you've told us, or we've been told, not you, we've been told at the earlier meeting, Nick Lenell has been doing this work, he's got all the answers, and he's going to help us with this investigation. I asked Nick Lenell, I said, please explain to me, your role and how long you've been doing this. And he gives me a hypothetical answer. And I go as far as saying, Mr. Lenell, please, this is not hypothetical. We were told that you'd been doing this for 6 months and you could provide us with a report, Lots of toing and froing and pushing, but ultimately, his aid memoir is accepted. So if you ask me, Nick Lenell was brought into that meeting, Chairperson, with due respect, under false pretenses.
Yes, and what happens thereafter?
Maybe that is so, and Mr. Slega will deal with that. But what do you say to the proposition that he was presented to you as the board And for whatever reasons, you embraced him. You embraced his role. You did not object. You didn't say, no. Mr. Tsotsi, have you followed procurement procedures? What? You didn't say that as the board. You allowed him to take part in the meeting. Actually, when one reads the transcript, one sees that he was allowed to play a very active role in the meeting. He was being asked these questions and he was allowed to play that active role. So the question arises, how does the board allow somebody to do this, to play this role? They embrace him, and then afterwards seek to charge Mr. Tsotsi alone and say, you procured the service of this man without processes. That's the question.
Chairperson, I maintain, my understanding was he's coming there to fill us in because he had done all this previous work which was going to help us with the inquiry.
Yeah, that I understand up to a certain point when you make the point that as far as you are concerned, it looks like he was brought in under false pretenses. That might be a separate issue. The charge, as I understand what Mr. Selega is saying, the charge didn't seek to talk about him being brought in under false pretenses. It sought to say, to allege that Mr. Tsotsi did something, brought him in without the board's approval, without the following processes, and yet the board embraced him. That is the question that is being put, to say, how could you as the board see it as right to charge Mr. Tsotsi for bringing Mr. Linnell into the board to play this role, and yet you had embraced him, and you had embraced this role, rightly or wrongly, but you had embraced him. Why do you then charge Mr. Tsotsi now?
Chairperson, all I can say to you is that at ESCOM, there were very rigid rules about how to go about procurement. So if maybe after all of this, we're saying the entire board should have been charged because of it, then I will accept that. I, however, do maintain that if we knew who Nick Linnell was from the very beginning, that he had done 3 days worth of work, not 6 months, because we were told 6 months worth of work. In fact, I go a step further, and you would have picked that up in the transcript. I asked Mr. Linnell the question. I said, are you here today based on the fact that you knew that there was going to be a piece of work done? Or is this something that you've been a part of for a long time? And that's when the chairman says to me, Nick, let's just tell them as it is, because I think it was very hard for him as well. But if you're saying to me that by listening to Mr. Linnell, we should all have accepted accountability and not just Mr. Tsotsi. You know what? Then as a board member, then as a board member, Chair, I will accept that.
Yes.
I'm talking for myself. I'm not talking for other members.
Yes. No, that's what I'm saying, because the charge is not about whether he was qualified to do the job. It's not about whether he was brought in under false pretenses. It says, Mr. Tsotsi, you brought in this person without the board's approval or without following processes. And yet, if the board had an objection to how Mr. Tsotsi brought him in, the board had an opportunity to say, hang on, Mr. Tsotsi, we can't let Mr. Linnell play this role without following procurement processes. Have they been followed? Yes. They didn't say that. They embraced him, they embraced his role, and then turned around and say, we are charging Mr. Tsotsi. And that is difficult to understand for a board that acts like that. And when you add all these other things that we've been talking about, decisions seemingly being taken outside of ESCOM, being pushed to the board to take and to rubber stamp, that kind of thing, you get worried to say, what exactly was going on here? And then, of course, you remember Mr. Tsotsi's evidence. I was told by Mr. Tony Gupta that they put me into this position. They could take me out because I was not assisting them. And of course, sitting here, Ms. Klein, I can't not remember also Mr. Jonas's evidence that the Gupta brother who met with him on the 23rd of October 2015 at the Gupta residence, who seems to have been Tony Gupta, told him, according to Mr. Jonas, that Mr. Nene was going to be fired as Minister of Finance because he was not working with them. And indeed, Mr. Nene was fired in 6 weeks' time. And Mr. Nene was fired under very strange circumstances. He was fired in circumstances where the president himself was saying in the media statement that was issued that Mr. Nene had done a sterling job as Minister of Finance. So the question arises, how do you fire your star minister who you say has done a sterling job? That's in the media statement that was issued. That's before the commission. And then you say you're firing him because he's your candidate for a certain position that has not been advertised. And he sits at home for more than a year. Nobody ever contacts him about this position. And of course, I have had evidence from one of the people at the bank where he was supposed to get a job, saying, the rules of that bank would not have allowed this. Mr. Nene himself has said here before me, that reason given by Mr. Zuma was a fabrication. That's what Mr. Nene said under oath here. So when one looks at these things, questions arise. And sitting here and looking at evidence that I've been hearing from a lot of witnesses, I also remember that Mr. Themba Masego gave evidence and said Mr. Ajay Gupta told him that ministers who don't want to work with them, they report them to President Zuma. That's what Mr. Themba Masego said Mr. Ajay Gupta told him. That evidence remains uncontradicted. So I'm bound to think about all of these things as I hear what was happening at ESCOM.
I hear you, Chairperson.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Chair, the reference to what I'm reading is in the reference bundle, Ms. Klein, the minute of 30 March 2015. Chair, is on page 228. And Ms. Klein, you will know these charges, page 228. Let me just read them to you. The second charge is, but the chairperson will see how Mr. Tsotsi responds to these charges in that minute. The second charge is the consultant commenced with his work to the knowledge of the director and without the board of directors being informed that work had commenced within the company. The director was aware that no contract of engagement for the consultant had been concluded, thus exposing the company to non-compliance with applicable statutes and procedures. But Dr. Ngubane is here saying, Nick, we are contracting with you. You recall that?
Yes, I do, Chairperson, but what I also remember is on the evening, I think you're reading from the 30th, is it? 30th
Yes, the
of March. 30th of March. When the charge is put to
Mr. Tsotsi.
Mr. Tsotsi, sorry, I think we're all getting tired. Mr. Tsotsi says there was no contract with Nick Lenau. So I think there are two things here, Chairperson. There was no contract with Nick Linnell. What you're saying is, by us letting him into the meeting, we, by definition, contracted him.
Yeah.
I think we're all saying the same thing.
There was no
Formal
formal
contract?
written contract.
Yes.
But he was allowed to play a role in the affairs of ESCOM or of the board for the duration of a certain time.
I can't argue with that.
Yes, yeah.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Yes. Charge 3 is that the director authorized the commissioning of a media statement in relation to an inquiry into the affairs of the company with the assistance of the consultant without the knowledge and or consent of the board. The media statement consequently fell into the public domain. Now you know Mr. Tutsi's response to that.
I think I didn't say, if I remember correctly, you can help me, that it was leaked.
Yes, you say that much in your affidavit.
Yeah, it was leaked, because I think that was what we were told.
And that he didn't know how it got leaked. Mr. Baloyi, in fact, testified yesterday
I heard.
exactly to that effect, that apparently the leaks were on the part of the DPE.
Very hard for me to comment.
Okay.
Was it DPE, wasn't it? I can just tell you as a board member what was of concern to me on the charge, if you will.
This charge.
On that charge of the media statement.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Here we are as a board, we're sitting and we're discussing this whole thing about the inquiry, which already is so contentious and there were so many divergent views. Do you suspend? Don't you suspend? Do you need the inquiry? Don't you need the inquiry? Nick Linnell drafts a memorandum or a media statement, which I think he attested to,
Yes.
that about something about, is it Edward Nathan Sonnenberg, I think was the group, or some group.
Yeah, he
together
did
with
did use the firm ENS.
Yeah, together with a retired judge, etc. Here is sitting as a board member, knowing how porous ESCOM is. You talk about something in a board meeting, which affects people's lives, and 5 minutes later it's on the wire somewhere. So that's why I think there was the issue of bugs, etc. Now, that communication, to the best of my knowledge, never came to the board, and I think that is what infuriated, certainly me. I can't talk about anybody else. How is it that something that is this prescriptive gets into the media domain and the board hasn't signed this thing off? At a time when we are going through all the volatility within ESCOM that we are. So, I talk for myself now. That was for me very, very upsetting to read about that in the media.
But on what basis did you take the view that he was responsible for the statement reaching the media at the time that it did?
Chairperson, I can only answer you this way. None of us had it. If it was a DPE, like Mr. Baloyi said yesterday, I don't know about that. So for me, as an individual, and I'm not talking for anybody else, you'll have to ask them, this was in the hands of a chairperson. And in fact, if I remember correctly, I said in my last testimony here that the person in the chairperson's office, Leo Dlamini, I think had a copy of it. So somehow it got out. So who leaked it, I don't know. The fact that it was in the public domain and the fact that it was in the chairperson's hands is, I think, what infuriated me as a person. You may not agree with me, but that's my perspective.
Well, I can tell you that there are affidavits of witnesses that have been submitted to the commission that have found their way into the media in circumstances where they should not be in the media. And that's something that is of great concern to me. And sometimes when that happens, a copy might be with me because I've been given to it so that I can work on it. A copy might be with a member of the legal team. A copy might be with an investigator. Investigations have been done by the commission to see how do these leaks happen. But somebody outside of the commission may well be having a copy as well. And they happen. So one wonders whether a board that had no agenda to get rid of Mr. Tsotsi wouldn't have handled that differently in circumstances where they didn't have anything to say he was responsible for that, because what would he be seeking to achieve by leaking that prematurely? You know, I don't know. Maybe somebody in the board might have had an answer to say this is what he would have wanted to achieve. I don't know. So, yeah, okay.
But Ms. Klein, here is the point. The chairperson raised, not raising as such, but added to what Mr. Baloyi was saying yesterday. And it is here in this minute. The minute says, Mr. Tsotsi stated that, chairperson is page 229. Mr. Tsotsi stated that he was unaware as to how the media statement had got into the public domain before it had been approved. He reported that the PNG had reviewed the media statement, of which you were part, PNG, and had asked Mr. Dlamini to review it further after some members had made further changes. In the interim, Mr. Khumalo had recommended that the media statement also be reviewed by a media specialist, Mr. H. Ntsingela. A long session had been held with Mr. Ntsingela after the PNG input at Bryanston City Lodge before the media statement was released the next day. The PNG had suggested that Dr. Ngubane, the acting CE, and Ms. Klein, in her capacity as chairman of PNG, should accompany Mr. Tsotsi to the media briefing, which had been done. Mr. Tsotsi reiterated that he was unaware as to how the media statement got into the public domain. If not approved, at least that media statement passed under your careful eye.
And Chairperson, I want you to please give me the copy that I approved where we spoke about a retired judge, where we spoke about the stuff Nick Linnell puts in. Because those were not things that were ever put in front of me at PNG.
So
There may be more than one version of it, but what was discussed at PNG did not have the retired judge. It did not have, there were a couple of factual problems with it. So, Chairperson, if you can give that to me, I'd be very happy.
So, but what the point you
it.
are making is that there is a proposed media statement that passed through
Yes.
you, but you say that one
That
did not
which
have
was-
these things, and you are saying the one that found its way into the media had these things.
That's what I'm saying,
Yes.
Chairperson.
Of course, one would come back to the question, why would the chairperson of the board leak a statement to the media that had not yet been approved by the board in circumstances where everybody knew, including him, that the board had to approve? What would he have been rushing to achieve that could not wait until the board had approved?
I cannot answer that for you, Chairperson. That's something only he can answer.
Well, it's the kind of question that I'm saying the board, before charging him with this, ought to have asked itself to say, if we are saying we are charging the chairperson for this, what are we saying he would have wanted to achieve? Why would he have done this? He's the chairperson of this board. he would have known that there was a media statement being prepared, which would have had to be approved by this board. Then it could be sent to the media. What is it that he would have been in a rush to achieve by sending out actually a statement that has not been approved? Why would he do that? I'm suggesting to you that the board should have said, but it doesn't make sense to think it was him.
Chairperson, possibly not.
Yes.
But I think it's important to note that the very document that Nick Linnell, the media statement Nick Linnell put together or helped to craft, is the one that found its way into the press, not what was discussed with the board. And I think that's
Yes.
maybe your question about what did he stand to benefit. I don't know, if one is to assume that Mr. Tsotsi was taking instructions, maybe Mr. Tsotsi was under pressure to get exactly what he was instructed to do out there. I don't know, I can't respond.
You see, if the board's thinking was that it was Mr. Linnell, maybe there would have been no basis for thinking along those lines. Maybe there would have been, for present purposes, I leave it at that. But I have more difficulty with the board thinking that the chairperson would prematurely release such a statement. I'm inclined to think the board should have thought, but why would he really have done that when he knew? It's a matter of time before he gives us the media statement and we approve it, then it can go out.
I hear you, Chairperson. I've given you my perspective, but
Yes,
I do hear
yes,
you.
yes. No, thank you. Mr. Slega, we are at 15 minutes past 6. I would like us to finish at 6:30 if we can.
Before that.
I'm mentioning that because if we are not done by that time, we might have to adjourn, and unfortunately, Ms. Klein might have to give us might have to come back, but I would have liked us to finish with her. She was here already yesterday.
Please.
And she very kindly had no objection to coming back today, and she has been on the witness stand for the whole day. But also I'm
The
thinking...
second day, Chairperson. Second day.
Oh, yeah. But I don't know, what's your own assessment of how far we are to finishing issues? But as I said, you know, the issues we are dealing with are important.
Yes, they are.
If we have to arrange for her to come back, we might have to do that.
Yeah.
But if we are about to finish, then it's fine.
I think we are about to finish, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Let me just pace myself.
Okay. Well, I must just say to Ms. Klein, just remember that even if come 5:30 we say we are finished, we might think of something later and ask you to
Absolutely.
come back.
No, I understand.
She already owes us a supplementary affidavit, Chair.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Ms. Lane, in the minutes, it's clear that the person who chaired the meeting, I think it's Mr. Paminsky,
Pominski.
he gives the opportunity to the members to comment. He said the acting chairman thanked Mr. Tsotsi for his presentation and asked members if they wanted clarity on any items. The only question we see there is about Sumitomo Corporation. No one else raised the concerns you're raising now, not even yourself. That we are charging you because you leaked a statement that didn't pass through us, the P&G, as he has explained himself here. But this comes 5 years later from you, Ms. Lim, more than 5 years later. How should the Commission deal with that?
Okay.
Because it's not on the day when you are given the opportunity. Do you have any comments? I mean, ask members if they wanted clarity on any items.
Chairperson, I know we are mindful of time. I'm not sure what's the question. I mean,
The
what is
question
coming 5 years
no,
later?
let me clarify. The question is, you have said to the chairperson, Mr. Tsu, give me this, you say to us, give me the media statement that was leaked, so I can show you it doesn't, essentially you are saying, it's not the same that passed before us as the PNG. I said, Mr. Tsotsi told you, the media statement that was leaked is exactly the one that passed before you as the PNG. He's saying that here. The chairperson gives you the opportunity to clarify if you have any questions of clarity with Mr. Tsotsi. The only question we see in the minutes is about Sumitomo Corporation. Your concerns, which you've now laid out before the chairperson, are not here. More than 5 years later.
Chairperson, I'm not even sure how to answer that question.
Well, the first question is, in effect, how can you now, more than 5 years later, say that the statement that was leaked to the media was not the same as the statement that went through the PNG committee? Because I guess it's Mr. Tsotsi who said, in your presence, the statement that went to the media is the same statement that went through the PNG committee. And at that stage, you all did not say, no, that's not true. That's the first question. What do you say to that?
Chairperson, all I can say to you is, I cannot answer that.
Yes.
I mean, really, if
Yes.
you're asking me why didn't I say it that night?
Yes. And the idea is simply that if at that time your knowledge was that the statement that was leaked to the media was not the one that went through the PNG committee, you would have raised that to say, no. These are two different statements. But if you did not raise it, it suggests that your knowledge may have been the same as his, namely, it's the same statement that went through the PNG committee that was leaked.
Chairperson, I'm not sure that I want to disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
The very purpose of the charge was that what was agreed with us was not what was in the media.
Yes.
So to say that, why am I raising it 5 years later? The very charge was, it was a different.
But remember that Mr. Selega is reading where he says, Mr. Tsotsi said, in effect, I'm putting it in my words now, but what are you people talking about? It was the same statement. Now, what he's saying is, if you didn't agree with Mr. Tsotsi that it was the same statement, you would have said there and then, but Mr. Tsotsi, that's not true. The statement that went through the PNG committee is not the statement that found its way to the media. But because you didn't say that, one tends to think it must be because what Mr. Tsotsi was saying was in accordance with your knowledge of the facts.
Chairperson, where I'm struggling here
It's
is
about the
that
charge.
that was the actual charge. The charge is it was a different thing. What was I going to add on
Yes.
if that was the actual charge? The charge is
Yes.
that this is not the statement. So not raising it another time, I'm not sure what benefit that would have been.
But remember that if the charge was, Mr. Tsotsi, you leaked to the media a statement that had not gone through the PNG or the board, it would have been an excellent defense for Mr. Tsotsi to say, to the charge, to say, but actually it is the same. You must acquit him on that charge, because if he says it was the same statement, the one that was leaked or that went to the media is the one that went through the PNG committee. So now when he confronts you, or when he says that, if you know that not to be true, you are expected to say, no, Mr. Tsotsi, you are not, that's wrong. The statement that went to the media is not the same as the statement that went through the PNG committee. But you don't say that. How could you not say that if your knowledge was that what Mr. Tsotsi was saying was false?
Chairperson, the way I understood it was, that was the charge that it was leaked. Now, if it was exactly the same, why is the fact that it was leaked such a big issue? I mean, I don't unfortunately have the benefit of having the actual
Yeah.
minute in front of me.
Yeah.
Because Mr. Tsotsi's minutes, actually, can you just give me that? Because he responds to that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's interesting, can we just read what Mr. Tsotsi's response is?
Mr. Selega knows
It's like
where,
you can,
The reference bundle.
where is it?
The reference bundle. Page 228.
just assist her in terms of where to find
Yeah.
In
what.
terms of time, please, Madam.
Yeah. And Chair, might I add,
Two
as
to one.
Ms. Klein is looking at that, Ms. Klein, you will see the beginning of the charge. The beginning of the charge is that he commissioned a media statement in relation to an inquiry into the affairs of the company with the assistance of the consultant, and here's the charge, without the knowledge and or consent of the board. Now that first part has nothing to do with leak. Yes. Page 228.
Chairperson, can I, in the interest of time,
Yeah,
can I
Okay,
help
I've
the-
read this.
Can I help the commission?
yes.
If your view is that I've done something wrong here, then let me take the punishment.
Not you
I'm
personally.
sorry, just come
No,
closer to the,
I know what you're saying.
come closer to the mic and face
Sorry,
the side.
Chairperson.
Yeah,
I'm saying, if your view is that I've done something wrong, then let me take the responsibility for that.
no, at this stage, one is not necessarily saying you have done something wrong. At this stage, one is trying to understand why the board behaved the way it behaved. One, under charge one, it charges Mr. Tsotsi with bringing Mr. Linnell without following processes or without the board's approval, and yet it embraced Mr. Nell. So one doesn't understand this kind of behavior. Two, it now charges him with leaking or sending out a media statement without the knowledge or consent of the board.
Let me assist the chair. The second charge actually flows from the first.
Yes.
Which is Mr. Linnell commenced work without the board being informed.
Yeah, without the board being informed. That's the part, but that's not what you have asked her for now.
No,
Yes,
we're
then
now
the
on charge
third
3.
charge.
Oh,
The
okay.
third charge is what the chairperson has in mind.
Yeah.
That is, he commissioned
Yeah.
the drafting of a media statement
Yes,
without the knowledge or consent of the
of the
board.
board. So one is simply saying, is this a case where the board genuinely had a reason to act against Mr. Tsotsi? Or could it be that Mr. Tsotsi was not wanted as chairperson of this board anymore, and something had to be found to kick him out? And when one thinks about that, Ms. Klein, one has got to also think about who replaces Mr. Tsotsi when he has been kicked out. He is replaced by Dr. Ngubane as chairperson. And Dr. Ngubane had an existing relationship with Mr. Salim Essa. He acknowledged that when he gave evidence here. Number one. Number two, later on, as chairperson of this board, Dr. Ngubane has the kind of relationship with Mr. Salim Essa that he seems to allow Mr. Essa to send him documents indicating what decisions must be taken by the board. And Dr. Ngubane places those before the board, and the board takes those decisions. So you then go back to saying, early February, Mr. Tsotsi says, Mr. Tony Gupta said, we put you into this position. We can take you out. Is it a coincidence that on the evidence that one has had so far, maybe there'll be other evidence about Mr. Tsotsi that might change the picture, but on the evidence that one has said, it appears as if Mr. Tsotsi was not cooperating with the Guptas, and he was kicked out. Somebody was put in as chairperson of the board in the place of Mr. Tsotsi, was prepared to allow Mr. Salim Essa, I don't know whether Mr. Howard, to basically influence what decisions the board was taking, at least in regard to the newspapers that were dealt with in a particular document. Is it a coincidence, or was the whole thing part of a larger plan? We'll get rid of these three executives, maybe because we know that they are not the type of people who are going to cooperate with us, or because we don't know whether they will cooperate or they won't. Once we have got rid of them, we will get rid of Mr. Tsotsi because he's not cooperating. Then we will push somebody into the position of chairperson of the board that we know will allow us to influence what the board is doing. And then we'll then say, let's bring in Mr. Brian Molefe from Transnet and Anuj Singh, and they will then be brought to ESCOM. So one asked the question whether it was a part of a bigger plan or whether it was a coincidence that these three executives had left, that Mr. Tsotsi left or was kicked out, that it was Mr. Brian Molefe and Mr. Anuj Singh who were brought in, whether all of these were coincidental.
Chairperson, maybe just one comment from my side, and I know we're pushing the time. You know, everything that you've said now is probable. You know, like you say, if you take it all into account, and you've had the benefit of looking at all of the affidavits. But when the board was replaced, surely that would have been a good time if the idea was to get rid of Mr. Tsotsi. Now, I'm not talking about suspensions and this. I'm talking about in terms of the bigger plan, which if it was there.
Yes.
You know, because the board was only appointed in December.
December 2014.
2014.
Yeah, 2014.
Yeah.
So anyway, but look, that's not my job. I'm not here to ask questions. Sorry. I'm not here to ask questions. But I mean, based on what you've just said, that's all I could think, you know, if it was part of a bigger scheme, rather than going through all of the pain of doing all of this. I mean, that would have been probably, if I were the one pulling the strings, first prize. But Chairperson, I cannot respond to that.
No, I understand what you are saying, and one of the questions that arose with me is both in regard to, well, firstly in regard to Mr. Matona. Mr. Matona.
Matona.
To say, but this man was appointed to this position at ESCOM only in October. Why do you want to get rid of him so quickly? Didn't seem to make sense. he had not been allowed, it seemed to me, to show himself, his capabilities, put together his plans and test them and see whether they work. And when he's got rid of, it's not on the basis that he's been confronted to say, you can't do this job, it's too much for you, or your performance is poor. No, it's not that, but he's got rid of. Then you come to Mr. Tsotsi and you say, why was he allowed to continue with the new board? And then he got rid of like this. But of course, the person who allowed him to continue is the minister. And on the face of it, it's not the minister who got rid of him, it's the board. This board was new, it hadn't worked with him for a long time, and suddenly it seems to be so intolerant of him, and it gets rid of him. Then Dr. Ngubane takes over, then Brian Molefe is brought in, then Mr. Anuj Singh is brought in. And of course, we know later in 2015, certain things happened with regard to Optimum Coal and Tegeta and so. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, that's why I can't control time.
Yeah, no, I think if, I think we have to stop.
I have
Yeah.
one or two.
Please.
Let's see.
One or two questions.
Yeah, let's see.
But we, after that, but I don't want us to
Yeah.
not do justice to the
Okay.
issues. If you ask those two, will you be comfortable that you have covered them, or we should arrange for Ms. Klein to come back later? I don't want us to.
Yeah, yes. It will actually, I will be restricting myself. When
Yeah.
I say two, I'll be restricting myself.
Yes.
So,
Well, maybe we should adjourn then. Maybe we should adjourn.
yeah.
Obviously, you note where you were, where
I
you
know.
are. Yeah.
Now I'm alive too.
But when she comes back, how much time do you think you need to
30
finish?
minutes. 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
I personally need 30 minutes.
Oh, well,
He's
you,
laughing at me. Chair.
Can't we try and do the
this
30
gets
minutes?
said to me all the time.
Chairperson, can't we try to
Personally.
do it now, please? I'm becoming a permanent feature here. I'd prefer not to.
Sorry?
I feel like I'm becoming a permanent feature here. I'd prefer to get this
No,
done.
it's to 7.
Yeah, no, we must adjourn. If at all possible, I was thinking maybe, I think Dr. Ngubane is coming on Tuesday, isn't it?
On Tuesday next week.
If at all possible, we could start with her
Yes.
before Dr. Ngubane.
Tuesday the 30th.
How is your, do you know whether that's doable?
Let me switch on my phone and I will quickly tell you, Chairperson.
And
Just give me a minute.
your counsel?
Beg your pardon, Chairperson.
Yes.
I'm unfortunately involved in an arbitration that's running the whole of next week.
The whole of next week. Mr. Selega says he needs about 30 minutes. I doubt if I will have a lot of questions. I give no guarantee, but I doubt. I'm wondering whether it might be possible, depending on when your arbitration starts and when it finishes, whether it might be possible to start early with her on one of the days next week, and you come, and then we take that 30 minutes or whatever, and then you can proceed, or she comes in the afternoon, maybe like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we take 30 minutes, you might be out of that arbitration. Is that doable?
I think so, Chair. My preference then would be the afternoon because
Would be
then
the afternoon,
there's
yes.
no risk of any
No,
run.
no, that's fine, that's fine. I think what should happen then, Mr. Selega will talk to you and obviously Ms. Klein, which of the days next week we will see, but let's find a day where she can come at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, and your arbitration might be done for the day.
Yes.
Then we finish. Is that all right?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Would that be fine with you, Ms. Klein?
Not my first choice, Chairperson, but thank you very much. Doesn't look like I've got too much of a choice.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much to everybody. Everybody has cooperated. Thank you very much.
Yes.
We are going to adjourn for the day, and tomorrow I'll hear an application at 9, and after that there will be another witness who will be coming in.
There's two more.
There's two
witnesses,
more.
Chair.
Okay,
There's-
all right.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We adjourn for the day. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.